Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Fullerton. I'm Chad Lannis. Joining by me is Jim Basco, the Beast Basco, if you want to give him a little bit more flair for that, because he deserves it. And we're going to be deserving of some awesome action in the semifinals and grand finals of this LAN. But before we go into that, we want to do a little bit of a recap of everything that's happened beforehand, talk about the format, what we're doing here, playing for points for the big shebang, the big 50K tournament at the end of the season for the Nerd Street Champs. And whichever team wins today is a massive boost towards qualifying into that big finale tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot on the line, and of course, it is all on LAN, so the action has been great. And we do have a venue cam, so we've been privy to a lot of the pop-offs, a lot of the trash talk, and everything in between. So it's been a lot of fun, and if you haven't been able to join us, you have definitely been missing out. But if you'd like to get involved too, head on over to a local host or or a location near you, because these are happening all over the country, right, Chad? This is not the only one of these that we've been doing.
Yeah, this is the second one at Fullerton itself. So,
right.
And it's getting towards the end of the season right now, so there's not much more ahead of us, but, you know, Nerd Street, you know they put on these seasons regularly. This is Nerd Street Champs qualifier going on, and will be more in the future, but we want to see how this one finishes off, just like we want to see how the bracket finishes off. Looking at the quarterfinals, we got to cover Core versus Sessi Zucchinis yesterday in a 2-0 fashion that wasn't as one-sided as one might think moving into it. However, it still was a 2-0 nonetheless. Going down there, Produce versus Realism Esports. We saw a lot of Realism Esports yesterday. It couldn't quite close out a second map against Produce. Produce moving on to semifinals to take on the giant of Core today.
Yeah, there is a great beast in Core. We saw them do a lot of stuff against the Zesty Zucchinis. You know, notably, that matchup went all over the place. First half of that first game, right? It was 11-1 in the first half. So we thought it was going to be complete domination from Core over the Zucchinis, but then the Zucchinis found new life, found a breath of fresh air in the second half of the map, and then Core still took the victory because they did win 2-0, but it was a 13-10 game at the end of the day. So 3 rounds separated them, and the Zucchinis did put up a fight, but of course on the bottom half of that bracket, we had Jim Boys and Colossal Gaming, a great matchup as well, and it was great to have the venue cam, you know, supplement that entire match. We were able to see the ups and downs and really all the emotions that came with being at LAN, right? And the emotions even in between the two teams. So it was a lot of fun. And here we are finally in the playoff brackets in the in the semifinals, after a great day of quarterfinals and a lot of group stage matches yesterday, Chad. So I'm excited to see what these teams have in store for us today.
Yeah, something of note for sure in that bracket that we saw just a little bit ago is Evolve losing to Donoobs. Donoobs. Either way, they are the ones who basically are looking like perhaps to the dark horse, because they took down Evolve, which on paper should have been one of the favorites for this LAN, but it was a very close 2-1. It was 13-10, 13-11, 13-10 kind of matches. It was very close, but Donoobs were able to take on the victory at the very end there. Like you said, Jim Boys moving on as well. The team that, because we don't have full information where the name came from, my headcanon tells me that they are a fan-based team created by you, Jim Basco.
Yes.
So your team's still in the runnings in the semifinals, and we'll see if we can see them in the grand finals. But of course, what we will be seeing today is going to be Core versus Produce for the semifinal matchup today.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Core, like we were talking about, our favorites to probably win the entire thing. But Produce is no slouch. You know, a lot of these players we've seen before, and they had multiple standout moments throughout the day yesterday, especially players like Wobbs on the Omen, Sean, Jason, and Anteka on that Sky that we saw him popping off on so much. So I'm excited to watch these two Titans really finally meet up. On the side of Core, you know, just to provide some context as well, Manish is the player, their Jet, that has the potential to pop off, right? And when you talk about being a good duelist, it's not about just having great aim, because Chad, like we were talking about, everyone has good aim at this high level of competition. It's about having that X factor. Can you pop off in the way that your team needs you to, when your team needs you to? And so if you're able to channel it, you can pull off some enormous results like he did yesterday, and hopefully he's looking to repeat those performances today, and continue their momentum forward into hopefully grand finals past Team Produce.
Yeah, well, to see player I'm looking at myself as Jason, a player plays a lot of Chamber. We know Chamber is very strong in the meta right now, and a big part of what you need to do as Chamber is frag out, and that's exactly what Jason has been doing, is fragging out. And he had a little bit of a slow start on Haven, but on Bind and Fracture, they came back strong on Team Produce. So definitely looking at him. And Tekka playing some flex, also controller roles. Definitely these players having a lot of differences. Tekka and Wobbs especially playing a lot of different roles between the two of them. We're looking at the maps pick bands themselves. We'll talk about roles and like that as we see them come through agent selections as the series goes on. But we will be looking at Split being the very first map of the day, followed quickly by Haven, which Core picked up. I don't know if that's a counter pick because Produce had a hard time on Haven yesterday, or if it's because Core themselves have looked really good on Haven. It's maybe a little bit of both. But we definitely will be seeing that in map number 2, which means we really want to see Produce come out really strong in the first map, which is, thankfully from them, their own pick.
Yeah, nice. I'm excited to see more of Split. It will be some of our final matches that we're seeing on this map as we head towards a patch where Split no longer is played in competitive queue. So, obviously Pearl will be rotated in and Split will be rotated out. So, say your blessings. We've seen Split iterated on multiple times, and this iteration of the map leaves it kind of attacker-sided, I gotta say. So, not by much. I want to say it's like a 55% attacker-sided map, but excited to see what it brings us, right? Prominent picks on that map, obviously things like Raze, the Fade combo on that kills people. It destroys teams in just like a simple 1-2 click of a button. And I'm expecting a lot of that, but of course, also popular picks are people like Chamber, just staples on this map, right? That mobility, that long-range lockdown is kind of impossible to miss. You kind of need to run that as much as you can.
Yeah, I agree. Split, like you said, coming out of a game essentially pretty soon. It's still going to be like socials as far as I know, but out of competitive, out of unrated. But it's one of the OG maps, man. It's been around for a long time. What a journey for that map, being so heavily defensive sided when it first came out. All these massive map changes to make it more towards even. Just recently, we started seeing more success on offense to the point where you have to wonder if it is an offensive side map technically now, but it's very 50-50 feels like. But yeah, it's been a journey for Split, and it's going to be a little sad to see it go. Hopefully there's going to be a format we can see some maps cycle in and out kind of a situation, see it again. But at least for now, this might be the last time we cast Split, depending on how pick bans go for the future games for us. Which is crazy to think about. Don't want to get emotional about it. We might not see it. Yeah, like this is actually kind of great. It literally like dawned on me like, wait a minute, this might be the last time we cast Split. That's crazy. So I'm hoping we get an exciting game and teams battle for mid control, which is the standard for Split, and play for heaven, all that kind of stuff. And we'll have to see what the pick bans go through, because pick bans at least has also gone through quite a journey. Nowadays, with Chamber being so prevalent, we're probably going to see Chamber still, especially from Jason. And we're probably going to see some Raze action as well. Which will likely be Sean picking that one up since this is their resident entry duelist player. Then a lot of like Omen is typically picked instead of Brimstone. A lot of times we'll see like Breach and Sky as options KO, basically not Sova. We haven't seen a lot of Fade on Split, mostly because it's so new, and Split's a really tough map to work with those information focused agents like Sova. Not a lot of options to really work with those lines of sights because it's so claustrophobic of a map, a lot of cutoffs to those lines of sight. So hard to really make Fade work, just the same reason it's hard to make Sova work.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot of opportunity for teams to lab that stuff, and if they do, take the advantage, take the moment to study it, they can have that cutting edge advantage. But of course, like you're saying, the map is rotating out, so what are they going to do? We'll have to see. But with that said, we are going to take a short 3-minute break as we get the teams ready to rock and roll for you guys, so you're not going to want to miss any of the action. We will be back shortly after with the games ready to go. We're in the semifinals. It's going to be a best of 3. It's going to be intense, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back in just a second. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jabasco, that's Chad Landis. We are in day 2 of the Fullerton LAN. Chad, it's a beautiful day to be alive. It's a Sunday, and we're playing Split. It's map 1 of the semifinals. It's been a long couple of days of competition for these people on LAN, but excited to be here.
Yeah.
And potentially one of our last maps of Split, right? So
yeah.
Tell me how you feel. Tell me what's on your mind.
Nostalgic. We get to see a fade as well. Team Produce coming out big. Hashtag Veg. What's up? Yeah, yesterday was wild. This place was jam-packed. People falling over each other. Not really, but there was very high quantity of people. But now we're coming out of semifinals. It's a lot more contained a little bit. It's easier to see which teams are playing, which is exciting as well. Yesterday we were doing a lot of guesswork. Is that the team that we're watching? Is that the team? But thankfully Core comes in with jerseys and Produce set up right in front of them, so we know who we're working at, and we know which agents we're looking at for these teams as well right now, as we're seeing a race from Alvarez, we're seeing the Chamber as well. Sage is a staple for a split. A lot of times they just drop that instant wall in mid, which I'll talk about later. It's too much to go over right now. Astra as well, fantastic for just working with those choke points. This map is basically all choke points until you get to the actual site itself. So Astra just completely locking down one area of access with a gravity well, or just covering it with a nebula, take your pick. Fantastic option. And Sky, because there's not a good line of sights, being able to use that guiding light and the trailblazer, maneuvering that as well as you want to, it makes it so much easier to get good, consistent information gathering while also providing a flash option for your team. So I'm liking Core's lineup, really standard. Meanwhile, on Produce, it's a lot more exciting because we have the playmaking from Omen. We have the new agent of Phase. We get to see what lineups Inteca brings to the table for that scout. And we have the Breach, which is one of Breach's best maps forever. And as Breach being my first main ever in this game, I'm excited to see this happen.
Oh, I just realized, bro, you have the Breach, like, facial hair. Like, a little bit, you know? Like
a little bit, yeah. I don't quite have the ponytail going on. I haven't had a ponytail over a decade. If I call correctly, I might be crazy.
Wait, did you have a ponytail? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, my late teen years. 20,
That's
I was like
awesome,
halfway down my back, man. It was a whole thing.
That's pretty cool. I'd like to see that, but I'm also excited that we're here now, starting the round out with Produce on attack and Core on defense. It was, I believe, the map pick of Team Core. I may be wrong on that, but they're taking it slow. Nothing too fast. You know, there was a satchel early on the A side, but just to try and bait something out. Jason got on top of the Sage wall. There is a way for you to hop. Oh, God. D4C, great shot from the staircase, finds a head onto Produce, and that's a great start for the defense, right? You don't really have to overextend or anything here. You're just waiting for the attack to push, and the push is coming out onto the B site, and they're going to run right into Alvarez's Raise Nade. Usually we see this guy on a Sage or something of the sorts, but opting on over to the Duelist, finding success on that roll as well as Core shut it down for Produce. 5 members still alive, and Produce just doing a little down to Inteca. Good for 1, but Alvarez finds 2 on the round, and a quick pistol round victory for Core puts them at 1-0.
Fantastic start for Core, completely shutting down, not letting Produce be able to do basically anything that round. Also, to note, Core pretty much didn't win any pistols yesterday in the quarterfinals, despite it being a 2-0. They definitely had a hard time finding success in early parts of the half, but they soared once they got rifles in their hands. So the fact that they are off to a great start as it is looks so much better for them moving on, especially beyond defensive side with the team composition they have right now. I think they're going to do great on the defensive at this point. And off to the races. I like that Produce is bringing the heat. They're just going straight ahead, running into Manish's Marshall, which is basically an operator with nobody has armor to deal with it. Already 2 down for Produce. A little bit rough of the round, but it is their eco at the very least.
Sharp shooter Manish, we've seen him yesterday consistently making a name for himself, doing it again today. Sean tucked away Alvarez, good for 1, and D4C with the swing and the support shut it down again. An easy round 2 victory. We're heading to a bonus now. Of course, this will be a bye round for Produce, so it's going to be important for them to win this one, Chad.
It definitely is. Core had a really good conversion rate yesterday, but Produce, I mean, they did a great job as well with their anti-bonuses. So we'll have to see if they can bring the heat now, because I'm really interested. Like Produce is, like, I know they were covered yesterday. We saw a lot of wobs. We know that Jason and L can frag out. Same with all the rest of the players in this team. I want to see how they can do against Core. Right now, we've seen them kind of run it down on the eco round, which didn't really work out. All good. It's eco. And on the pistol round, it's like almost an entirely different game versus when you have rifles in your hands. So it's going to be somewhat of a first look as they're competing for mid control with an A split. So likely going to play for Vent's access, if not finding success and pushing towards B where the rest makes distractions. But time will tell as there's a judge and male that they have to clear out first.
Connects onto a body that's 101, leaving him at 49. Alvarez inside the smoke. Snarly, close range with the Spectre, good for one. Manish connects onto another shot with that. Marshall locking down A site and TPing back to safety. It's a 4v3. Core still have the lead here in round number 3. Yeah, and Produce are spread out across mid. Wobs up in heaven as Vaping goes down, and Taika able to trade. Still in a 2v3. Close range. Hits the headshot. Looking for more. Manish connects onto the body, making it a 2v1. And Taika, Vandal in hand, still has a Prowler ready to send out. Both members of Core, though, trying to regroup. You don't want to give them 1v1s. And Produce goes for the spike plant.
I like the game plan. Try to let the Omen be like the lurk while they play for B Heaven after realizing they're making noise towards A, pull them away. But that judge ruined the plans a little bit. They made another audible call over towards A, and things still haven't quite gone the way of Produce so far. They're finding themselves in a 1 versus 2 situation post plant and an anti-bonus situation. However, you do have that Vandal in the hand still. Make things happen for Inteka. Not any utility left over, though. And it's going to be a 2-player fighting squad from Heaven. First kill. And Nightfall activated.
Great shot from Inteka from elbow. And time is ticking. And just like that, the round has been secured. Inteka now just trying to get out, maybe secure a kill just for the swag. And he's able to do it right before heading out of this sweet, sweet plane of existence.
Yeah.
Great third round there. Definitely one they needed to win, Chad. And if they didn't, they'd be in a bit of a trouble. But coming into this 4th round, they won't have the best buy in the world. And they're going to be working with less than ideal armor and weapons here.
Honestly, I think that was the best Nightfall activation I've seen all tournament as well from Inteka. I mean, obviously, like, having an ultimate round 3 is huge. And regardless, yeah, that kill on D4C activating it made Manish like weak from the DK. Didn't have audio cues knowing if he's going to get swung on from one angle or the other. And the timer's running low. The audio is gone. You don't hear the timer anymore. So you lose track of like what the actual tempo is that you need to go and challenge from. And as soon as that audio returns, you realize, oh God, I got to get out and try to save, and got caught on the way out. Now, Produce again stacking up for this B hit. Just didn't really work out for them before, but perhaps with their only Thunder Snarly being alone on the site, maybe they can get it here before these 2 members of Heaven can control and support, but it's a little bit too little too late. Made too much noise. The response is there by Core.
Taking their time, Produce keeping it slow. Trying to see if anyone from the side of Core overextends. Jason going out mid. Sage Walt's about to drop, and here he's got his eyes trained on rope agility. Now knows he's being held here. Oh, just spots the leg on the corner here. Jason has no idea, but hits the shot onto D4C, immediately traded out. It's a 4-on-4 still, as Produce now taking the advantage, taking the fight, rather, to the B site as Inteka hits the shot. Sean, good for one. Wobbs, the paranoia was clean, and he finds the follow-up. Produce on an eco round. Find a bunch of kills, leaving just Manish down to his lonesome, and Produce looking to tie things up here.
Yeah, Operator's definitely going to be a save option, for sure. What a great round from Produce. Finding the way onto there, layering the utility the way they did, and hitching out Core in bad spots. Tying it up as well. Talk about how good Core was with rifles and how good the composition is on defense, but so far it's looking like Produce is just better at offense. I mean, it's still early to tell. We'll have to see as they're doing a little floor shopping, upgrading the weaponry when they came into this round without the best. They're not going to be able to find Manish going to the next round.
Thrifty.
really calm, these players, going into this next round. It's early in the series, so if you go full speed hype and just blow out your energy, right, it might be a little bit of a problem later on, especially this is the first map of the entire day for them.
True.
I like that they're just game face and focused up right now.
Yeah, and you can tell the coolest thing about being on LAN is the atmosphere reflects the state of the game. It's tense right now between these two teams, 2-2, tied up, and there's a lot riding on these next couple of rounds, especially economically, right? On the side of Core, they're working with really not much, and if they lose this round, Produce have a lot of momentum moving for them, and so it's reflected in the environment. You can tell it's a little quieter than it was earlier. Oh, Manish with a great collat there. They line it up for him, and he's able to TP back to safety into heaven. Gets on top of the box, and watching ramp, tries for the flick, but Inteka crisp with the shot, shuts down the tour de force, and just like that, Produce are working their way up, and Snarly almost loses his head, but instead decides to reposition as Produce work their way onto the A site.
What a flank. They took down the chamber. There's no trademark to watch the flank support, and with the upgrades, because they're running over those dead bodies from the collateral, it's going to be a fantastic position for Core, despite being a safe round for them themselves.
Nade coming out, clearing hell. Great shot from Vape and dodges the op from Alvarez. Agility, once again, good on the trade, though, and taken out in a 1v3. Watcher available and has got the tether, but in a 1v3, options are limited. Gets one. D4C, though, with the swing from elbow. Operator in hand, locks it down for the defense, and they're able to get the defuse and put up a third round and take the lead.
D4C, a.k.a. Enzo. You got the operator in hand because that's basically the one weapon they saved before. They had the tour de force to work with, so they basically had a double op set up before B main, A main. I'm really surprised that Produce just double swung like that, lining up across that angle when Manish has been holding that this entire game. Like every single round, we've been seeing Manish on that spot right there again on the chamber for A site, A main. So they smoked it off and did some plays to try using utility, but didn't fully cover all of the variables, and double swung like that and gave that opportunity for a collateral. So the stack up plays have been working for Produce for the most part, but you gotta account for the operator options like that. We're right back in the lead there. Resurrection available as well. The instant wall in mid, which is basically like a guaranteed option to stall time. And sometimes you just get a cheeky peek and get the kill for Vaping as well. So that works out even better than I expected going to the start of this round.
Clean crosshair placement pays off. Great little peek there. 1-2 punch from Rope and stairs pays off. Sean, though, once again, crosshair placement and just spraying, hoping for the best. That Sage Orb making it impossible for them to push, so they spray through and they connect on one. D4C gets the res, but Sean, yet again, a nade, just shutting it down entirely as Jason from the middle connects on one, and Alvarez is good on the trade. It's a 3-on-3. Showstoppers available on both sides. How do they do this, Chad? What's going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to be a showstopper play. It's got to be at this point. I'd imagine it's going to be Produce activating it. Yep, start. And then it's going to be answered back later after the retreat by Core. There it is to retake the site.
Alvarez good for one. Sean returns. It was a one-on-one there, and Manish hits the shot when he needs to most. 4-2. The gap is expanding between these two squads.
I was trying to give the prediction as you asked for, but as I was like trying to predict it, they're doing it instantly. I'm like, I catch up. But now I'm just doing play-by-play at this point. It's not even a prediction anymore. So yeah, I mean, at that point, you got to get a showstopper to push back the defense to create space and access the site. You get out of the choke point. But the problem with doing that is the defending team Core can just read that as an option. Great job by them. And if they have that read, they just fall back, wait for the showstopper to go away, and they activate their own taking it back. Nice job by Jason. Watching just in case, accounting for the variables they didn't really account for in the past. Manish going very aggressively for pretty much like his first time that we've seen him do so. And got punished for it immediately. So probably going to be a lot more passive from future rounds. And now Produce rotating over for that opening pick. And we already see Core doing exactly the same. They try to bolster up that line. They try to defend the safe site.
Five people from Produce. No noise made. Working their way up towards A. Core, though, curious. Alvarez holding a close angle. Doesn't want to be spotted out. from this slow push. As the Fade ulti goes out, Alvarez dips back into the smoke, tosses the Boombot out, peeks on out and finds Sean. Finds a second as Vapin popped up by the satchel rather, and a nade to force them even further back as Jason from main finds one with the Tour de Force. It's traded. It's a 2-on-2. And Taika, Wobbs on ramps. They have to get the spike. It's right out of reach in hell.
30 seconds left.
And Agility is watching on the other side of this smoke as util is being used now. They pop a smoke of their own and they try to move forward now and take oh man, an awkward situation. However, Core not there to capitalize on it. Playing just on the side of this flower box, and Wobbs on the other side of the same box. Pushing now, Wobbs hasn't cleared his back, and Agility pops out, gets 2 back-to-back, putting up a 3rd round for Produce.
A little bit unseen is the bold decision by Alvarez that round to just tank the paint shell to hold an angle that members of Core didn't expect him to sit there on still, and got a kill with its reward, but straight back into the after, unfortunately, for Produce. Great job by Agility for... What was it, Alvarez's? Jason now. My bad. He got the kill onto Alvarez. But anyway, great job by Agility for the trigger discipline there. And the problem with the Nightfall is if you activate it, you think you're good and you start blasting in, but it's the same issue with Rolling Thunder where if you just barely miss somebody, then they're just going to punish your over-aggression. And that's exactly what happened. Produce thought everybody recovered, over-aggressed, got punished for it. Just like Manish, again, being punished for being aggressive in the early engagement of the round on an angle that they haven't been seen on yet, again. But Produce is starting to account for his possibilities of him being aggressive and being rewarded for it.
Double slow orbs into staircase makes for an awkward situation, but they're going to try to walk through it anyways. Core dwindled down to just 3 members here. Produce on a quick rotate to A because they've got Jason up in heaven. He is chit-chatting
He was
with
so fast, too.
God himself. Yeah, he's hanging
20
out. So
seconds, he was in a heaven. Like, it's instantly he's up there getting a kill.
Just so quick. And this is what we were talking about before, too. Just movement control is really important, but Core with the double swing up on the ropes, shutting down Jason. Wobbs in a good spot, misses the first, hits the second. Core 2-man group splitting now, heading towards screen. One of them dropping. Rolling Thunder out, connects onto one of them. Alvarez in the screen, left by himself, finds a headshot. Wobbs with the follow-up. Produce find a 3rd round there.
Yeah, nice shot by Produce. Honestly, their ability to just be cautious in case somebody's aggressive early, this is so good. And shutting down Manish in the last 2 rounds. I gotta imagine Manish, who has had a lot of success being patient on longer angles and not had success at all being aggressive on close angles, will probably go back to being patient on longer angles here. Produce just saying, no, you can't get away with that. We're not going to get any cheeky, cheesy angles on us. Yeah, those opening picks have been massive. Now, they're still, despite those advantages, have only been able to convert one of those times into a round victory. A very aggressive eco round by Core, cutting off market, challenging sewers, and swinging market after with a paint shell activated in the corners. Jason L. Not cleared.
Yeah, a lot of commotion. And now it's 2v3. Snarly trying to pick up any of these weapons. Just watching Market, not keen to the fact that he's run all the way to B site with the spike. Able to pick up a weapon now. Produce going for the spike plant onto B. Planted on default. Not planted for B main, so may prove to be an issue later. But with both members of Core wrapping into B main, this might just be the unexpected play that they need to do to make this happen. Core got the Astro Wall still in hand. Time is ticking, though. And the concuss comes out. Fault line strikes. Hits one of the 2 members. Sean. Vapin. Holding crosses. Util comes out. Flashes out. Manish connects. Time is ticking, though. Sean, watching from backside, doesn't need to go aggressive, and he knows that as Manish finds another. Core find all the kills they need. And just like that, they have time as well to get the defuse.
You see the trash talk going on instantly, the celebration from Core. That's a really unfortunate miscoordination by the members of Produce. As soon as Vapin went for the flash, that's when Sean with the peek got flashed themselves. Didn't know exactly where they're throwing the paint shell. Threw it right in front of Vapin, so even if Vapin got survived the gunfight, still probably would have died. The paint shell was right at his feet. And that's just also that miscoordination allowed a situation where Core could find these 1v1 situations. the numbers advantage wasn't being properly used by Produce. They had good crossfire setups and they weren't coordinated enough, and that's the mental blow. Like, you already know you messed up that post plant situation with a numbers advantage, and then also right across it you see the other members of the enemy team on LAN shouting and like doing the banter of like, what are you doing kind of situation. Oh man, that's such a blow on the mental. That's just a LAN thing, man.
Just a LAN thing. Yeah, yesterday we saw many moments of that happening across teams, even teams waving to the other team facing right across from them after winning rounds and just styling on them, just getting in their heads. You love to see it. It's all part of the game though, right? I think it was you yesterday about that quote, right? About 80% of the game being aim and the rest being mental.
Yeah, that's from Anderson.
Yeah,
formerly Dark Zero, now
exactly.
Still rocking it out there, yeah.
Crazy, but it's real. It's really real. And especially if you're new to the LAN experience, it's a lot more like 80% mental. It gets really overwhelming really quickly, but if you can thrive on the energy, you get star players, and you get really unforgettable moments. Great shot there from Manish.
That's actually huge. You'll hold down screen control. If the angle is teleporting out, though.
Yeah, clutch.
There's an opportunity for Wobbs. He knows to teleport out, probably in screens.
So from agility, does a lot of damage. Does enough for Manish to come in and clean it up. Wobbs up in heaven just being a nuisance, but it's a 1v3. He's got a smoke in hand, but taking a bunch of damage already. His location identified, and he's being closed in on from 3 different directions. Yep, and the time as well. That's the 4th dimension here. Closing in. Produce giving up a 7th round. Core dominant so far.
Yeah, Wobbs decided to be really patient for trying to punish where Manish was teleporting out towards, and didn't proactively fight for screen control, was trying to set up a rat angle to punish people rotating and have heaven control instead. Screen control versus heaven control, both are very useful. Can't really fault Wobbs for making that decision. So we know in hindsight 2020, and we knew with the all-seeing eye, we see the full map, that it would have been better if Wobbs went to screens, but it's just one of those like gamble calls you have to make as a player sometimes. You don't have enough information to go off of. You got to take a 50-50 call, and it just didn't work out for Wobbs there.
Bring them down.
It's all about using your utility and comms and things like that and executions to your advantage to not make it as much a gamble call. To Manish going aggressively and finding success finally with an aggressive angle.
Woof. Alvarez on the defense claps back, finds 2 more. Great stuff. Just echoing from different sides of the map as Alvarez finds 3 in a row and wants a 4th with the help of D4C, aka Enzo, from the back of Market. They're able to lock down that round. Beautifully done. These guys are looking so good on the defense, and of course, Split, like we were talking about, has a tendency to side slightly attacker-sided ever since the last patch. It's not a huge bias like it once was on this map, so with that in mind, Produce, they've got to maybe lock down this last round, maybe make it 8-4, and get some momentum rolling into the next pistol round.
That's the interesting thing, is like when we say like there's like a map favor like side, it's usually like a 55-45% favoring, to where like that's only like that's such a small difference, to where if teams are like one team's significantly better than the other, then they make that seem like it's not a big deal at all. It's like Wobbs just made it seem like that was not a big deal, and mow down 2 members trying to challenge him after flicking away from the flash as well. What a moment from Wobbs.
And you hear it in the venue too, you hear the call of, "What are you doing?" screamed out after that collateral, so
try to clap back for the chorus back talking.
Exactly, right. If you're 8-3 down and you get something like that to happen, that's the spark, to light the flame that brings the comeback full circle. So let's see what happens now as Produce in a 5-on-3 make their way quietly towards A. Core happy to give them that space because they've got the range to deal with it, and they've got a trademark to work with.
All right. One of the scout lineups. Nice. Clears out backside. That's really nice. Clears out screen.
I'm going to use that. Yeah.
Good times to go try to hold there. Oh, but they're so slow on the execution that allowed D4C to sneak through, but still could be a numbers advantage for Produce. Just cost them a showstopper to do so.
Eyes. Trained on hell, trained on main, smoked out now, forced into elbow. Vaping, perfect timing there on the peak. Alvarez 1v2 up in heaven, gets one, gets confident, gets knocked down. Wobbs with the third on the round, puts Produce at 4 in this first half to Core's 8. Not bad.
It's a bad habit by Alvarez, man. You know, so many players, like, after you get the kill, you like to switch out to your knife and just, like, instantly, like, run forward or whatever. Like, it's like a feels good thing to switch to your knife real quick, but I'll get you sometimes. That's what just happened to Alvarez, who's otherwise been a monster. Yesterday, playing agents like Sage, just like that too, and still fragging out. And now on Raze being the duelist role and fragging out as well. Manish on a pseudo duelist of Chamber doing the same, and exactly their job. So Alvarez, his aim has been nuts. Like, he gets in situations and has the aim control so well, so often, that when he didn't get a 1v2 double kill yesterday, it felt like it was like odd to see that happen. Of like, how did he not get this one kill there? Because he's always so consistently just a stud.
And that's really just like these little moments, right? Who can be the most consistent for the longest amount of time? It's endurance, mental, physical. Can you make it happen? Dog comes all the way up. Trailblazer connects onto Sean, forcing him back into rafters. However, the Boombot buys him some space. We're on a pistol round, so not too much nonsense going on just yet. But Core, they're thinking about putting up a wall just on rope and heading into mail. Sean, keen to the fact that there's someone there, wants to back up, has a nade ready to rock in hand as Vapin goes wide on the aftershock. Sean's nade connects. The 1-2 punch is successful, but it's traded out. It's a 4-on-4. And the slow pace continues.
Getting slowed down by those bullet, the hit punches. Get them in the range of that paint shell. Still a good 2v situation for them. In control there for Core. The people for Pros are ready, and with that drop down, they definitely are going to know it's coming.
Nice stuff there. Double peak.
30 seconds
aided
left
by the satchel, making it really difficult for anyone to choose a target between the two. Produce on the back foot now in a 2v4. Sean up in heaven. There's a raised counterpart just on the other side of the wall. Alvarez not going to peek, giving them an opportunity to get into screens. Of course, they're keen to that fact as well. Alvarez just communicating that in the sky, backing up accordingly. Aware that they're an elbow now. Smokes are down. Agility waiting backside. Finds one. Is playing ring around Rosie here and finds the second. Beautifully done, Agility. With the 3K in the pistol round, putting Core in a really good spot here.
Frenzies, man. He had 4 bullets left in that chamber and still made it happen in the clip. Still was able to get else. I was like, is he going to have time to reload? Is he just going to get damage and like set up his teammate? No, gets the kill anyway. That's nuts. And just the swing into heaven there, when it's a 2v1 swing, you have a frenzy on your side. They have a ghost in close quarters. The ghost makes sense because if you're trying to hold these longer angles, you can gun them down at longer angles ranges, and the ghost would be better at frenzy at that point. But great job at Core for covering that distance, and Produce with a force up at a 9-4 situation. You don't see very often, but one they decided to make. Wobbs though. Talking about consistently being good players. Somebody we've seen so far being consistently good, but the distraction from the Trailblazer and him not have the focus he needed. Oh my god. The shenanigans of a judge launching into your face. Just Valorant things.
You love it, you hate it. Just Valorant things, yeah. I love also that the classic is called the classic because there's so many moments where you're like, great, like, just awesome with that thing. I feel like that, the shorty, and the judge just trifecta of doom. As Core now, 2-man push out A main onto the site. They're able to get on Produce and take a swing from that range. The Spectre, tough, man. You saw what happened there. Just doing his best Stormtrooper impression, honestly.
The nerf hit hard.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Good shot. Looking for more. And find the shots. He's hitting the body. Doing 100 damage, 110 to Jason. Spectre in hand. Is he expecting the right hand? Push. Flash around the corner. Jason's ready for it. It's a 1v1. It's suddenly doable. Time is ticking. Core's got the setup. Yep. Util
it's not going to be enough.
Tapping it again. Deep. 4-for-1. Is there time?
Yeah.
There's time.
Insane situational awareness by Jason, man. just being clean enough to check the corner prevents. There's a chance that we could be here to check it. Timing worked out for them, so it's a little bit of lucky, but they also were aware of the situation, so they put themselves in position to capitalize perfectly on that luck. And after that, the Astra Star is dropped. It's so common when people have post plant in split, they would set up over towards A main. Like they would be back towards the sewers entrance. You know, that's just almost always where they would be. Very rare they'd be otherwise. Because why would you be up closer towards a plant, risking engagement when you have post plant utility, right? So just statistically, they're likely to be there. So just playing the numbers in the head. Perfectly, the playing chamber is a person playing the numbers and running the odds to work in their favor for finding the frag. Role playing. Nice flip.
Yeah. Oh. Wow, lots of presence. Hitting 3 shots with that sheriff in the time that Jason took to TP on out of there, thinking he could perhaps hit the shot. Not finding it in time as Vapor finds 1 screen presence, though, is large. Nade to buy some space here. 3-man push from Produce. The paranoia comes out with the support, and they're trying to follow up on it. Yeah, can't get too aggressive here, though. The slowdown is going to make things hard as Vapin swings around the right side, connects onto 1. Sean tries on the left and take a hailing down fire from afar. Finds 1 and then closes the distance with the classic. Finds a 6th round for Produce.
Huge that they cleared out Flower right there. Vapin was able to do that. That killed the person hiding down in hell and get their bearings. And once they had their bearings and had the angles, they didn't have to worry about crossfires. That's when their gun economy was advantageous, you know, full fruition. Produce winning that force round was massive to allow them that huge advantage to win the anti-eco despite losing the opening engagement. But now it's going to be a buyout for they have a Seekers available. Quarter force as well, but I imagine that would be probably saved for in case they lose this round. They have a good threat going to the next, which would be a safe round. Usually what you'd see. Only 1 person to A site right now, Jim. It's a hard read from Produce that actually is not accurate, but Scout got a little bit of information.
Yeah,
not the best, these Seekers.
Seekers spot 1 up in heaven. Don't spot anything on site, though, so they know it's clear. So they're going to go ahead, pop the wall up in screens, and go for plant on default. Alvarez up in heaven finds 1 close range. He is on the offense here, and so they're establishing a lot of heaven control. Produce trying to send 2 or 3 as Alvarez with a great angle from window finds 1. Sean returns. Manish ready to support, but Sean finds another. The Guardian is on fire. Manish, great peek here, finds 1, finds 2. Looking for a 3rd. Jason versus Manish. Tour de force against Tour de force. Tries for the preemptive shot on Manish. Jason's caught in the slow, and so he's slower on the peak. Great stuff with the 3K there, saving the round.
I wonder if Manish has his mouse back. Like it feels like he has his regular mouse back. Like yesterday, his mouse broke. He had to use a different mouse. Still was performing like, you know, about on par with the lobby situation, but it was players like Alvarez that were outshining a lot, and he felt like Manish was a little bit off the game. But now, like he's bragging out. He's feeling it for sure. Mouse, regardless, playing fantastic this weekend. Right there, a lot of that was Sean making that round really exciting. Probably not big, but Manish completely shutting down at the end. Those Tour de Force things, man, slowing them down, high fire rate, and great presence of mind and calmness of spirit kind of situation.
Yeah, honestly, and it's really important. Like, it's easy to say that stuff, but it's really hard to do it, right?
Yeah.
You're playing in front of an audience. You're playing in front of the enemy team. They're shit-talking you. You know what I mean? Like, in real time. And so to be that cool, have that much ice in your veins really is a trait to be desired. And now Core split up across the map, 2 people out in B main. They're making presence here, trying to at least, and trying to just find any sort of information. They have spotted out 1 in male. That's really it. What else can they do as a scream of war erupts from within the venue? Because we both semifinals
just a war
are being played
cry.
at the same time. Yeah, exactly. Literally, you must have just clutched something up.
Yeah, right. Clutch somewhere happening.
Lots of presents don't want to be, and just like that, it's gone.
What a
Vegas is
pull.
successful.
He just stood there. D4Z's like, my job's done. I accept my fate. I gave my team a site.
Literally. They did it well. It's a 4-on-4 now. The plant for heaven, though,
Down A.
is a bold move. That
Greeted
is
for
brazen. Yes.
You all time. But it's not a good post plan. Wow. Prowler went just past Manish. They have no idea he's down below.
Spots one out, elbow. Drop him down. Manish connects. Beautifully done. Back-to-back fights, though. Last one's on Rams. Can't do
How
much
do you
there,
win that?
Chad, can ya?
Yeah, there's nothing you do at that point. What a draw. I mean, they got a little greedy, the side of Core. They had to, get their bearings a little bit and just confirm that they had the site secure for themselves. They're a little bit late to start the plant. And when they were a little bit late to start the plant, they went for a greedy plant that would be heavily for Heaven Control, which they didn't even have Heaven Control. So they planted for Heaven. They didn't have it. They'll try to rotate towards it later or something of that sort. But in the end, it still worked out for them. They still had the site presence. They still had the tempo advantage that Manish used beautifully, pushing out through screens, getting that early kill, falling back and positioned perfectly in a place that Bruce just did not account for.
The widest peak mankind has seen. And just like that, more shut down across the map, man. That would make me mad. That's something that you have happen to you in deathmatch, and you're like, bro, nobody moves like that in the real game. But we've been proven wrong. Mr. Miyagi over here just showing us his fancy footwork.
Yeah, man. I mean, you're used to
Crazy.
shooting at people who are mostly stable, right? Because you have better accuracy when you stand still. So when someone is just hard swinging like that, it throws you off your mental game of like how to aim. And realizing as a headhunter that they're shooting with, they can't really just spam you while you're strafing like that. Good heads-up awareness by Snarly.
Right.
Just work that footwork.
Work
Match
that
point right now,
footwork.
Jim. And of note, no timeouts being called.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you
This
not
is true.
talking about what's going on?
Yeah. Definitely. That's really interesting. I wonder why not. You have them available. Who should use them?
Oh, I think it's the kill.
He doesn't connect on it, and I think it's because that ass. Nope, never mind. I
That was the
have
corner.
No idea.
He hit the left
Yeah,
side of the
it's-
corner, and the breach went around the right side. Just
the line of
barely got
sight.
to the corner.
Oh, Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
barely.
That's tough. That is so.
Sliver of HP for the breach, though. So it's going to be an easy kill for somebody else in your team. And they have a 44 post plant, and again, they're ahead on the tempo. They're pushing out through to the defending spawn after the post plant situation. Will Anteka be aware of this? Doesn't even check it.
Yeesh. 3 of them dropped. Hopping out like leprechauns coming out. Oh, man. And now Sean connects. 3-on-3. Manish, what's going on here, brother? He's
Victory lap.
baiting.
Super confidence.
He's baiting. Look at this. The sky coming up for the flank. 1 agility. Good for 1. Connects on that. And Core, just like that, finish out the round. Beautifully done. It's a best of 3, though, and so the fight will continue. However, Core cementing a pretty solid first map here, Chad.
Yeah, definitely a solid first map. I mean, it looks close on a lot of rounds. Core showing some slip-ups here and there, but overall incredibly dominant. And I loved what we saw from them yesterday is what we saw again in that map towards the end especially is when they get a post plant, they actively pushed out looking for advantages. They pushed into the defending spawn, actively, aggressively taking, with precautions, but still aggressively taking advantages at all times. You saw Manish didn't find a lot of success being aggressive on angles. Went a little bit patient in the first rounds, get a little read on how Produce plays offense, but then started getting aggressive, trying to find active advantageous situations for the team. Got punched a little bit, had to adjust the tempo a little bit, but then started finding aggression and its success therefore. So I love that Core is constantly looking for an edge. They're not just sitting around just to be like, oh, we're just gonna hold angles all day.
Yeah, really great just adaptations, and they're constantly, like you're saying, improvising and adapting their plans to just keep messing with Produce. I was gonna say the frogs for some reason. Produce, yeah. And at some point, you got to think that they're really in their heads because Produce screaming back at the littlest of opportunities, like they're fighting back on multiple levels, right? Not only in the game, they're fighting emotionally at this point too, which is awesome. I live for that stuff. So this is the juicy stuff. This is LAN at its best. And so we're heading into map 2, and we'll have that shortly after a little bit of a break, Chad. But any final words before we head out for just a quick moment?
Any final words? Yeah, I want to give a shout out towards Mavix. They are where you can find an experience of Mavix Gaming chairs to get an exclusive chair partner of the Nerd Street champs, the Nerd Street gamers, and local hosts. All Mavix chairs feature the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. Use code NSG55 to save $55 as well. And make sure you can shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers to check out the full selection. The full ergonomics to really boost your gaming prowess, because sometimes the gaming chair really does make the difference.
Yeah, ergonomics are important. You got to pay attention. Anything that connects you to the ground is important, and so definitely invest in that. Okay, so with that said, we're going to be back with Map 2 after a short break. I'm Trabasco, that's Chad Lantis. You are you, and we love you for that, and we'll see you very soon.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
back for game number 2 of the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton LAN semifinals against Core and Team Produce. And the first game, it started off a little bit neck and neck, but Core really made adaptations happen, really came online and closed out that map incredibly strong on Produce's map pick, Jim. And going into the next map pick, which is Core's, it's a map that Core's look great on and Produce not so much. So you have to be concerned if you're a Produce fan.
Yeah, a little bit, to say the least, especially because when we were talking about this, Chad, me and you, in the in-between time, the time in between the broadcast here, we were watching the venue, watching the players interact, and you could see how loose the Core players were, right?
Yeah.
Hanging out, having a good time, chit-chatting. They're vibing. Whereas on the side of Produce, you could see that they're a little stressed. They're in the training range, hitting the bots, shooting the drones out back.
Keep that mental.
Yeah, they're trying to just keep their head in the game. They're trying to just keep their fortitude up. But there is something to be said about that, right? You do need to have someone on your squad that needs to keep some things somewhat light, somewhat upbeat. It's tough. And so we don't know what their mental state is. We have these bits of context clues due to it being on LAN. So shout outs to LAN and the venue cam. But I'm excited to see what map 2 looks like because, as you mentioned, it wasn't even Core's pick.
Yeah, and looking at Produce, the one time they've won on Haven so far this LAN, it was a close 14-12 overtime victory, but other times it was very one-sided, like a 13-2 loss, things like that. So they haven't really had the best of times on Haven. Not to say they can't come up and maybe it's bad reads and they figure out their comps and stuff like that. Coming into a new day, maybe they theory crafted and solved some things overnight, right? They had plenty of time to plan, prepare, and they could have watched some VODs because we had Core showcase on what they do on Haven yesterday. So they can even look at the NSG, the Nerd Street 2 VOD and be like, okay, Core does this composition, they do these executions, right? Like maybe they did that. Hopefully they did the homework because they're going to need to have done so if they want to come into this match and come out on top against Core, which is, like you said, looking really loose, looking really confident, and just focused and performing as such as well, taking on a very commanding first map lead.
Yeah, exactly. Even looking here, you can tell, just the body language says so much, man. And if I'm there and I'm on court, I'm using that to my advantage even more. Yeah. They've been trash talking, they've been talking smack, and all in good nature. Of course, it's all just in the spirit of competition at the end of the day, and that's what we promote. But if I'm seeing their body language kind of hurt, I'm gonna capitalize on that. And this is perhaps a great map to make that happen, right? Produce, you can see in their build here, they're opting for something a little more aggressive. The Neon, the Breach, the Sky, that's concussion after concussion. That's really just fast rolling attack. And with them starting on attack here, maybe Produce, they've got a fire lit in them, right? That loss, maybe they feel like it shouldn't have happened. Maybe they feel like they've got something to say about it after all. And maybe they want to take us to a map 3, Chad. So I'm kind of excited here.
Me too. What I'm looking at for Produce going to this next map is they had pop-off moments from players like Jason and Sean for fragging. Wobb's looking incredibly consistent and performing really well throughout the entirety of map 1. But what became a bit of a concern for Produce overall is team cohesion, coordination. There's a lot of times like when Vapin went to flash and swing when players are coming out of Garage and they're trying to hold down the B site, and it's the exact moment that Sean came out of the corner and got flashed there from his own teammate and messed up the paint shell grenade because he was completely blind. Like things like that was happening throughout the map where either they were making lone wolf plays completely isolated from the team, and even if they're like in the general area, just that still like that little moment when they made the challenge happen there by themselves or something, right? They didn't do like a 2v1 swings very often, and a couple times that they did, either they miscoordinated like I said, or they like 2v1 stack swung against Manisha's operator, and got collateral. Like just overall the coordination as a team hasn't been on form for Core, but on Haven there's a lot more room to work with. Maybe they can find some success where they go and be scrappier and find these more high-paced, engaged battles, just like we're seeing it right now. Or let's keep it simple. Let's just swing through and be aggressive and work these numbers to our advantage. because
Wow.
on defense, man, it's so hard to stack up properly. You're so spread thin across these 3 sites to work with, and even though we're seeing D4C work on this flank, it's so late in the game, and Jason is already waiting and ready for it.
One enemy
Yeah, beautifully
remaining.
done from the side of Produce. You think that, especially on the side of Core, you're like, okay, they have a Neon on their team. If they're not making a lot of presence on A quickly, they're probably not going to be here. That's why you see Core so confidently pushing up, excuse me, all the way up to long. You saw Manish get ready for the peak, but he gets clapped back. There's multiple people from the side of Produce waiting in A lobby, and so they're expecting that sort of fight, and so they try to take it all the way in. Unfortunately, they lose it out just, I mean, or rather, they're able to take it, yeah, all the way. Produce, yeah, sorry, my brain just got a little frazzled there for just a moment.
All good. I got plenty of talking points to talk about. I was like, take over. But basically about how Produce was so game-faced and still in the training range, and they're still laser-focused. They came into this game super hot and ready, off to the races. Whereas Core, they're all loose, which is, we talked about, good for your mental overall in the series and all confidence like that. But you got caught by a little off guard, being a little bit too loose at the very first round when Produce came back out strong. Therefore, right now you see Core being a lot more cautious. Gamble stacking A site, which is unlucky that they gambled wrong, but on the eco rounds like this, the Sean Haven, we talked about how it can be spread out very easily. You want to use your numbers for advantage. Try to get like a 2v1 situation where you can come out with a trade and upgrade weaponry, things like
Spike
that.
planted.
You got to those gambles, it didn't work out. But Snarly, finding frag still with perfectly timed utility, is still going to be Core coming on top.
Remaining.
Yeah, beautifully
Whoa.
done. 2 from Wood, the head glitch with the deagle.
Okay.
This is a nefarious, a nasty angle, if you would want to call it that. Of course, deep in that Wood stack, only your little bit of a head is visible if you're crouched. And with the Sheriff, that's all you need to see. You line him up, knock him down. Great stuff there from Snarly. 4 kills on the board already, and winning an eco, that's one way to knock back the momentum immediately.
100%. And yeah, even though they gambled wrong for the initial stack, they still were a unit going onto the site, swarming in, layering all that utility, and thanks to Snarly hitting insane shots, like that makes things even better, obviously. So you have the numbers. Once that first kill comes through, they have the numbers to swarm through, stack all that utility. And that comes down to what we were talking about before as well, of a Core just seems to be better as far as team-based utilities, stacking, and cohesion. Seems to be working out for them even on their eco rounds.
Manish,
Still, you see
once
Manish,
again.
yeah.
Yeah, always present here up through A long and vaping, keen to the fact. Peels back for just a moment. The engagement comes out. Manish goes for the spray, connects onto the body. Is good enough. Still has the dash in hand as Alvarez pushes from B, finds one in mid, and Jason claps back. Core still up the lead here, and Produce with the spike down. They're grouped up in mid.
Jilly just saw what Jason just did. Doesn't want to fall just the same. Falls back. Realizing, okay, we still have a weapon advantage. We still have numbers control. Good composure by Core's breach player. And Produce in a little bit of an awkward spot. You got the weapon back because Jason just started with just the headhunter, so the weapon donated over there. Figure out where they want to play for, though. Solid opposition on A side. See if we can find a weakness over towards C. This is all that Killjoy utility set up, and that's going to stall them out a lot. Burning even more
30
time on the
seconds
clock.
left.
30 seconds to work with. They still have plenty of time, but it's getting to that point where they kind of have like a hand force situation. That's why I see the rotation from Alvarez.
Watching B now. Connects actually on that first hip shot. Alvarez, though, with the gun, backs on up. There's 13 seconds left, and the spike itself is working its way up garage. Jason,
player
not
standing.
good on the spray. Can take a out on the site. D4C wraps around the corner, finds the shot. Core up 1 round, 2-1 over Produce.
Yeah, obviously, overall, just great read on the situation. Great composure from Core, realizing we have the numbers advantage. Just fall back a little bit, hold a little bit of line of scrimmage, and see where they're coming from. Alvarez realizing time's getting low. We just saw them over towards garage. Just go ahead and rotate back over towards B and see what we can find, and that's where they found another frag. Manish now with an operator in hand. No chamber of note on the side of Core. Chamber being an agent that you almost always see. Manish clearly good with it. We just saw what we did on split. No chamber.
Wow, hits those. Gets pushed up, though. The concuss was good, and Sean for the follow-up is good as well as the Trailblazer out onto the site. The Paranoia, the Rolling Thunder, all good onto the site. Sean,
Nice.
fantastic follow-up as Inteka from the site as well. Locks down through a garage for the headshot. Core from the back. It's 2v3 and it's suddenly doable. Stuns come out, the relay bullets connect. Sean on the wide swing finds the headshot. That's 3 on the round, and now Alvarez in a 1v3. He's made his way out onto the back of sight. Can he find the shot here? And Tekka comes out on top. Beautifully done for the attacking side.
I love that adaptation from Produce, realizing we had success on pistol round being aggressive as a 5-player unit. Just push forward. Let's do that again, because when we stalled out, we slowed things down. Core had just great reads on us. They're able to layer utility properly when they work together. But on Haven, when you're naturally going to be spread out on defense, if we just go hard speed ahead on an angle that they didn't predict us with a breach or Killjoy, just push through and just find the frags. And they did exactly that. Killjoy was not over there with utility to stop them. You were able to bypass the breach as well. Punish Manish early, and with the Manish over here, it means there's no way they're gonna have both Killjoy and Breach here, right? We can push through at least one of them. It worked out beautifully for them, but now you don't have a knowledge of where these members are. They have to go back to a little bit more slow, composed gameplay, because the #1 counter against hyper-aggressive playstyle is the Breach slowing you down, Killjoy slowing you down, and just getting completely gunned down on the way in.
Yeah, the rat angles come into play, and of course that's what we're seeing from Core, although they have taken a lot of space up C long, permitting D4C to get into this connector area, play garage, maybe get keen. And so Timmy the Turret, standing guard, doing his best. The Trailblazer waltzes through, doesn't find much, and just like that, Produce are out onto the B side. Util out, smokes deployed. They're getting the plant down, Core getting ready for a retake, shooting the aftershock, clearing out the planter. However, Spike does go down. It's a 5-on-5, and the retake coming out from Core now, Chad.
He's trying to go aggressive on site. Going to find success, getting information gain successfully on the right team. Is what you can say about Manish there. Is the rest of the team's actually the ones getting all the frags. Jason trying to fight through all of this insane numbers counts from Core, but gonna make it happen. Great job at Core, just swinging in as a unit. Close out that round, not let Jason have the time to work through. Getting themselves back in the winning column. And really it came down to Produce got onto the site, could not get a numbers for the advantage for themselves, and Core doing what we've seen them do best is layering utility with each other so well in a way that Produce can't fight back against. And just all those flashes come through, the swarm comes in, they're covering for each other's angles, counting for the variables, and finding the frags.
Waggers, you love to see it. Of course, it's a tight game, man. It's going back and forth, round for round, and of course, looks very different than the first one. Core on their map pick, currently in the lead. Produce, though, and especially Sean with these executes, so clean all the way through, making a lot of presence onto the C site as Produce now work their way towards finding an initial pick in short, and now pushing all the way through as Sean targeting down Snarly. He's good for the headshot at close range.
Definitely seeing players this caliber, if they know you're coming, they're going to be able to time that audio cue and gun you down as soon as you swing that corner.
Rolling Thunder coming out. It's about to connect and be devastating as Snarly picks up 2 more to combine for 3, wants a 4th. Jason, though, pumps 2 just in time and picks up 2 more. It's a 1-on-1. Both at pretty much full health here. Concussion, the fault line connects from long. Jason with the info. 4 bullets, goes to the peak. Agility, the better aimer, with 30 health to his name, comes out on top, and Core expand their lead by another round.
That suddenly got really scary for Core, not gonna lie though. The Rolling Thunder comes through, which is massive out of agility, but still was Jason who got caught by it, but Starly had to reload before swinging through, and that allowed Jason to come out of the stun just in time to fire back. Niche wasn't quite there on the proper timing to do a 2v1 engagement in the same moment, so it allowed Jason that sliver of time to be able to swing back over and find Manish, and nearly gets agility, but agility just clutching at the very end. G4C! Woo-hoo. Good catch by Casey, the observer. They realize this is going to be the spot to watch.
For sure. I love that angle in garage. The judge, the shorty, whatever you want, man. That little doorway makes it all possible. The doorway of dreams. Now Wobbs made his way onto the C site, but gets shut down quick. Produce, though, they are fans of this, just splitting up across the site, splitting up across the map, rather, playing a nice constructed default. And exactly what you want to do here on a default is identify points of util, destroy the util, take the info, and do something with it. So, you know, someone's on B with the push out here. Jason is good for the pick, catching D4C. Kind of out of range, out of effective range, at least for that judge.
Breach is still alive. We know A site's open. They're slowly clearing out corners, but we also know that core usually accounts for
30
tempo.
seconds left.
Realizing that there's no noise, maybe we need to account for the possibility to go to A site. I like that they're not over aggressing and try to get too much map control back, realizing, okay, we had to give up A to bolster our defense where they show presence from before at garage and C. Even if they go A, it still is going to be a 4v1 situation. We have a breach, we have an omen, we have flashes, the sky as well. 3 flashing agents to allow us a retake situation here. So
And
they're
a
completely
4v3
patient
here.
realizing this.
Yep, Manish, close range. Fault line connects. Concussed. Jason holding an aggressive angle here. He's got his TP. He's going to get out of there, but not before taking a little damage. Manish, follow-up on the fault line is impeccable, and on default,
Oh,
what
my
can you do when you got an updraft and a jet landing on your head?
Gosh. Yeah, what can you do, honestly? When we found Produce finding success, it's always from getting a first pick. Actually, both of the round wins has been getting a kill onto Manish instantly at the beginning of the round. And then from there, they push through full confidence and get at least one more kill by the time they get to site. They did that on Manish at A lobby and then pushed on to A site, getting a kill on the way in. And then finding another straggler from Corey, got a little bit away from the team. Another time they found Manish at garage, pushed in. I believe they got the kill on Snarly on site because Sean pushed them, had a significant numbers advantage, held on C site. So now that Core's realized that's the one way they've beaten us so far, let's be really patient, not give them any early kills, and just use our numbers, all these flashes in our composition to our advantage. So if we have to give up a site, we still have a strong retake. We saw exactly that in the last round. Produce just has to find opening picks somehow. They gotta figure out ways of forcing an error by a Core over a step. Core's being as patient as they are, it's gonna be tough, but Jason, in a very important first kill onto Agility, taking on the breach, so nothing that can slow down their Neon. One of the big flashing agents off the board. Huge opportunity for Produce. If they cut noise, reset a little bit, and then execute on a site, it'd be a massive round for them.
And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to try to do. And of course, their handy dandy chamber playing the rotate catcher. He is pushed up on B.
Did they see a barrel?
So,
I think Iteka might have saw the barrel from D4C.
maybe the things come out. Yeah, Snarly in a great spot, jumps over the concussed. Beautifully done. The pop out is perfect. And Core now in a 2v1, flipping the tables on their head with an unexpected aggressive play.
left.
That's exactly what you need to do to make situations turn into your favor.
remaining.
And wow, what a flick from Vape, and down to 6 HP now. Baiting out the plant. Presence from Manish at a distance. He knows he's low, and the shorty can really, you don't have to aim that thing from that far away.
Yeah, very importantly, Manish won the duel against Jason over towards B site, so Core pretty much had the read of they're not going to have flanking angles. You see them make contact in C-long. It's probably all good. The team's going to be C-long. It's exactly what they did. Snarly capitalized off of an opening from utility. I believe it was from Alvarez, flashing into the guiding light in that moment. And just gunning down Produce, who did see D4C, I believe, on that barrel. At least we're pinging it, had an awareness of the possibility. But might have just over-focused on it. My tunnel vision a little bit too hard. Snarly capitalized on it.
Okay. Still has
Manish
the
went back
dash.
to that angle.
Yeah, and repeats the angle. However, a quick push from Produce quickly encounters the judge. Lots of damage though, and Tekka better with it. Alvarez in the midst of all this util staying
What a flick.
alive. But around the right side though is Tekka with the judge, and he's a dragon at the same time. Isn't that crazy? Finds 3 on the ground. And fourth, as the last member of Core heads up in heaven. They're still at a 6-2 lead, but Core don't want to give this round up because, hey man, you blink a couple of times and it might just end up at a 6-6 half.
Yeah. And again, Produce finding success off of an early round pick. And even though they lost a member by doing so, getting the early round pick and exploding through it is still their method of success for all 3 rounds they've won. Any round that Core's completely stalled out the round, let go long, allow them to have the reads, which they've been overall better on read play, reading the opponent, making adjustments on the map based on those reads. And whenever they had numbers equivalency or advantage for retakes, with the flashing agent still alive, Core has been fantastic. When Produce gets the first pick, they explode on sight and start getting more picks, and they just funnel through, and Core doesn't have the ability to regroup. That's when Produce finds success. That's why you see, oh, I would have imagined to see Core being safe and composed, but no, we have 2 players pushing out through mid. At least working as a team, not doing a lone wolf thing. And Starly also with an early peek finds a kill, and where the 2 more members are on the side of Produce. Oh, Vapin, or that's
Wow.
Vapin, Wobbs, the other breach agility.
Good catch from Wobbs, but traded back out by Manish. Yep, or chilling on the defense. Manish, right move, doesn't need to overheat. Prevents really his certain death because Vapin was ready just around the corner, and now Manish lining up the pre-fire through the wall. He connects, but does he know that he's gonna just hope for the best here and just stay alive? Core in the advantage. They don't have to be the ones to make the move here.
I love that D4C is pushed so far up in this right angle. That allows these other 3 members to cover towards B and A. We have a turret for garage info. We have the deep hold right angle for C info. And these steps. Oh, the steps. The audio cue for D4C gives them the cleanest 4 kills he ever could want with a judge in that angle. Maximum value from that forward position. That spike down as well. 19 seconds on the clock. Vapin so far away from the spike. In a situation where it's probably best to go for a save, maybe find an exit frag. Will we expect Starly to be here? Yes. At least doing some eco damage, but Core should be fine from that. Maybe honestly, I'd say should just be safe here. Just don't. You got your 1 kill. You know they're all over the spike. Don't push towards the direction. Just safe. That's good.
Yeah, he's feeling confident in his aim. You can see it, just how stoic he is on holding these angles. But can they make that translate into rounds is the key here. They've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the Seekers, and they've got the Omens from the Shadows. So there's an opportunity for a play here, Chad. They've got to make something happen, right? Only 2 rounds left in this half. They need to secure these 2 to have obviously better prospects in the second half, but also just like a mental advantage here. You want something rolling into this next part of the game.
We always play for the 9th through curse angle if you believe in curses. Manish going aggressive again. He'll catch him off. Can't dash out in time. Only good for 1, but this opportunity we have from the shadows there from Wobbs. The aggression has worked for Produce in the situation before. And that's exactly what Wobbs is capitalizing on. 2 massive kills from heaven and a timing that Core is not ready for. Player advantage, post plant setup. D4C trying to not let them get that setup, but gets punished for trying to do exactly that. Starlight 1 versus 3. So much to deal with that situation. 7-4 now from Produce. And again, we see if they get an early pay, even if it's a trade situation, they explode the hyper aggression and they find success from it. That's literally how Produce has won all 4 rounds. And Core's got to respect the fact that that's the reality. Got to recognize it and realize, okay, this last round and a half, let's just go default, man. That's where we play things best. I want to see Core do that. Produce, though, if you're a Produce fan, you want to see them find early engagements. When it gets scrappy, it gets a little chaotic, and they explode. That's when they've shown the best.
Exciting times in Produce. They're able to do all of that without using their Rolling Thunder. And of course, Core, lockdown still in hand. D4C, great couple of shots with the Guardian, connects. And he's able to get out. Beautifully done. The relay bolts don't connect in time. And still safe for Core. They're able to keep KJ alive, which they need to do. Sean connects through the smoke. That was Core's win condition. Annihilated. They've still got the Blade Storm here, so weird peaks could still happen. For Produce, they've got the Rolling Thunder. They've got the info. What can they do as Core now wrapping into their spawn, Manish and Alvarez in such deep spots? Produce, they have to be keen to this. It's been so quiet for so long. They're taking their time on clearing these angles, and of course Alvarez has the advantage. In an unexpected spot, Manish and Alvarez shut it down. And just as Produce had a massive opening due to Sean's great shot through the smoke, it gets ripped out of their hands. And Core make it 8-4 in the first half.
Yeah, they tried going with the aggressive play again because that's overall what's worked for them, but they still have to get that pick, right? And they finally got the trade back to D4C, but took so long that allowed that time for Manish and Alvarez, who are very happy to go push out and look for advantages. And they did exactly that. Got even as deep as their own spawn of Produce. And you said they're slowly going out those corners. It was a little bit too slow coming around that one corner that Alvarez was watching and looking down, and got the double kill from there. Shout out to Starlin D4C. They held down C site so well. It was only one round they really gave it off. Besides that, when D4C and Starlin were together on C site, unmovable it seemed like. They just did not give C site. If the members of Pros actually got there, it was bloody and they were weak by the time they made it. So huge hold by those two members of Core in that round, or that half.
Let's see how they do it here. Pistol round of the second half of the second game. We're in the best of 3. We're in the semifinals between Core and Produce. Core with a pretty dominant first half. They're now on the attack. They're taking it into Garage as D4C encounters some adversity in the form of lobs, and C-Long will go down though. And Tekka, good shots, makes it out safely. Sean with the 1-2 punch. He finds one, and Tekka peeks back out, finds another, and the attack has been pretty good so far, man. I gotta say, it's tied up 2-2.
I don't know if they know about Jason L being all the way down in C-Long. Now they do, at the cost of a life. The turret's still alive. Jason was able to get right past it.
4C, woo, hits the shot at range with the Ghost. 22 HP to his name. Produce.
Wow.
P4C hits the shot.
You see him at the bottom of the camera there. That guy at the bottom right just popped off. That's D4C. He's stoked about that round, man. Had a fantastic defensive half, holding down so strongly on the C side especially. And then on the first round offense, as the Sentinel player pops off with a big 3K, basically wins the round for them at the very end there. And beating a Headhunter Chamber down C-Long Maxim Dish, that's impressive. Like being able to dodge the one shot and hit those other shots cleanly. Huge round for D4C. Grabbing a Bulldog going into next as well.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is why we play the game. This is why we play on LAN. D4C, he's feeling it. You can tell now. The trash talking, I hope it continues, because Core, they're on fire at this moment following that fight. And D4C, he's feeling it. He's by himself in short. He doesn't care. And the mental momentum is begun as Jason. I don't know how Manish doesn't hit that, but he was jumping and strafing. So can't blame him. D4C taking the fight to them in CT. It's a 3-on-3 Core. As confident as they may be, the game isn't influenced by emotions. The mechanics have to remain. 3-on-3 here. Trailblazer comes through, connects on to Sean. The retake through CT commences.
Rushing through the weak line, still looking out, but the drop down for Vapin with a timed on the flash. Beautifully done. It's all down to Starling, 1 versus 2. We line up. That's 1! 1 versus 1 situation, very winnable with a fake out straight out of the step. Does Sean expect this? Yes, he does! Good awareness and good read on the situation. Calls the bluff and will have time for the defuse. Produce keeps themselves alive in the second round this half.
Man, and you know, it's so tempting as an Omen player to want to do something sick with that TP. You know, you're like, oh, I gotta use my kit. I've got a TP. In that moment, if he reloads instead, he has that kill onto Sean, no matter where he is in that situation. So it's so tough. But of course, you can see in those little moments is where Produce has finally been able to bring a round back. And especially, that was on their eco, really. Produce didn't have really anything to work with, and they're able to find that round.
Little pop flash, quick peek action from Tekka, but didn't like how it felt. All right back, realizing, okay, they're playing from mid for sure. Here comes another dark cover to make it a little tough to make it on the site. These members Core.
What in the world? Ooh. That was a bold,
lucky by Manish to get out.
Yeah.
That is like a pretty common strat. It's like, we're on a save round, let's have our jet go and plant for B site, or at least get the plant money for this round. Do it quickly before they can stop us and we can dash out. But being flashed by paranoia, the dark cover there, your team can't support you at all. Makes a lot of sense to get out there. An early lockdown, there's no Sova or anything like that can stop this. They get the plant still, but it's not going to be for free.
5-on-5. 45 seconds left on the clock as the spike gets planted rather and starts taking down Sean. Ready for the follow-up. Manish good on the cross. Jason dropping into hell, not finding anybody. There's no one in range for him to fight, and just like that, Core, after losing a Thrifty round, Thrifty them back, and this is a bloodbath, man. It's going so back and forth.
Yo, how did Vapin not see Manish there? What? That's wild. Like, Manish was in the hell angle. Vapin dropped down, looked for him, and then swung back around. Just didn't, like, visually confirm the location. Manish able to get the frag still. Yeah, just a really hasty retake by Produce. Sean blasts into the site before flashes and everything like that come through to support. Beautiful shot by Manish to shut him down. And after that happened, the rest of the team just kind of followed through, but he didn't have that explosivity of Sean anymore to really create some distance and create that controlled chaos situation. It's now trying to aggressively get some angles in the zone. Find a perfect spot here.
Woo! 2 for 1. Keen. He's got his eyes set, and he's gonna hit for a lot. 110 down onto D4C. That's 2 body shots, baby, but it's not enough. 4-on-4 here. Flank has been detected. Alarm bot popped and destroyed, and now the breach going to be backing off of that as Produce on the retake here. They've got 4 members of their team coming towards CT.
Manish already in heaven. I don't think Sean's ready for it.
Nice. 3-on-3.
Twice now. Manish is 1 out in the duelist battle.
Yep.
Over
Drop
Sean.
down. Holding CT. Manish watching ADS. Spotted 1. Gets it.
Wow.
And he's out of there, baby.
Remaining.
He wants more, man. This guy doesn't stop. 3 on the round. Manish looking for more. Produce just down to 1 member. It's 10-5. Core are in the lead. Manish just hanging out. He's doing circles in the parking lot below. Snarly picks up the finishing blow. 11-5. Core looking strong yet again.
As regular Mouse with the new one, safe to say either way, he's very comfortable with it today. He's hitting some really good shots, and 2 rounds in a row, he was ahead on the tempo game over Sean, despite Sean being on that fastest age in the game kind of situation. Clearly, you can't always be fastest. You gotta work with the team, blah, blah, blah. But Manish in heaven, in a spot that Sean wasn't predicting at all. Knowing you're against an Omen and a Jet, man, you gotta account for the fact that they might be in heaven. You had no control of that area for so long. That could be the case. Produce getting a little more sloppy as this round's getting deep.
Jason holding down C long. There's a smoke, so he's got to just do his best to meet the triggered impression and just post up. Paranoia comes out. Manish is wide, though. Avoids it. Dashes over the Rolling Thunder. Still gets concussed by it. Great effort there, but what a flank by Sean. And I know his mom is in the chat, so shout out to Sean and his mother. Core, though. 2 people left. They're able to shut it down. The final round is before us, Chad. It's 12-5. Core on really the map round here and game round.
Yo, shout outs to supportive parents, man. Big plays by parents being there in the chats, giving us shout outs on the Twitter, all that kind of stuff, just hyping up their kids. Sean might not win this series, but definitely wins in life because of that.
Get out of my way.
Manish, though, man, I gotta give him props for being ahead on the tempo game. 3 rounds in a row. Paranoia wasn't quite there in time. Now creating chaos, but it might not be enough.
Yeah. Oh, the stuns are good, but that is the most annoying thing about the Neon is the relay bolt comes straight back at you, bro, if you're using it where you want to sometimes. And so caught in the aftermath there. Wobbs now on the flank, encapsulating the last 2 members of Core. He's gonna hit the shot when he needs to. D4C dropping down at just 20 HP. They've got options here. Do they fall back? Looking forward spike. Drop. They've been holding it. Good for 1. It's a 1-on-1, Chad. 22 HP to Produce. Full HP on this chamber here.
Jason's been consistently the big fragger for this team of Produce throughout this event, and I mean, Wobb's doing great things, all that kind of stuff as well, of course, but Jason's been good on chamber. But D4C, who's had an amazing game on Haven. D4C, aka Enzo, popped off immediately from the chair, realizing, that was a fantastic game for me. Held on CSI every time I was there. They never took it. On offense, even as a Sentinel, still fragging out and finding those kills for the team. Manish as well, big props to him. Constantly pushing the tempo edge. Round after round, being ahead of the game, that Produce just didn't quite have the read on it. I like the sportsmanship going around, giving fist bumps like that. GG's all around, that kind of stuff. Love to see that. Crash talk's one thing in game, right? But as soon as the game's over, it's all over. Let's go back to respect. I love that.
Right. That's all it's about. At the end of the day, it's just a game. Let's trash talk all we want. Let's keep it about the game. Let's have a great time. And as of course you can see, really emotional for both these teams. And I'm really happy, dude. I'm excited to see Core move on with that victory into the grand finals. It's been such a long time, but here we are. We've got one side of the victors of this bracket. So, of course, the other semifinals match was being played at the same time. And so we will figure out who the victors of that were as soon as we can. Let me take a look, actually, and see if we've got any information on that side of things. Nope, nothing yet. So we'll let you know ASAP. But Chad, what a great match so far. Any final words before we head to a quick break and get ready for the grand final showing of the day?
Yeah, big props to Core overall. Just their reads, especially on defense, have been fantastic. They're good push pulls on offense as well. Their team cohesion is really good as well, as far as like layering flashes and layering utility to support for each other, covering each other's angles. Their tempo game has been better ahead of the teams. They've been a great job at actively looking for advantages individually and as a team, especially on map control. And it's great in recognizing we can't really go for that advantage over there. It'd be too risky. Just wait and play with the team and wait to see how things play out. So overall, they're looking in great form and looking really scary going into the grand finals. Shout out to Team Produce as well, of course. A team coming in here relatively unknown going into this LAN. They definitely need to work on things for Haven especially, and work on things for team cohesion if they want to stick together moving forward. But overall, the players individually looked really good. There's good highlight moments from Wobbs being very consistent for the team. Jason and Sean had these pop-off moments here and there. The rest of the team doing good overall individually, but it really came down to just experience difference and just team cohesion difference were the big factors overall for that series. So if they can figure those things out, learn the lessons, because you either win or you learn. Today they learned. Hopefully they can apply that lesson or those lessons moving forward.
Definitely, yeah. Produce had some great executes onto the site, and so at the end of the day, great showing from them. They've got a lot of potential, and we can't wait to see them in more competition. That said, though, we do have to shout out Medify for sponsoring the event, making this thing possible. So gamers around the world, I'll have you know, they're getting better, they're getting faster, and Chad, they're getting stronger after just a couple of sessions on Medify. So you can get trained by the best pro players in the world today by booking a live session right now. And in fact, you can get 20% off by using promo code STREET20 to get 20% off on all lessons, replay reviews, and training plans. Head on over to medify.gg/nerdstreet. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then maybe you too can take on Core in the grand finals, which is coming up not in the not so distant future is what I meant to say, but here we are. I'm Jim Basco, that's Chad Lantis. We've got the grand finals coming up. We're going to take a short break, get all the players ready and situated, and we'll be right back. We'll see you soon.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. It's 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Hi guys, my name is Marks and we've just concluded the Bakersfield LAN, so let's recap some of the action that happened today. We started things out with IKEA versus the Fun-Sized Maniacs in the group stage, and while this one was pretty close, the Fun-Sized Maniacs were able to win this one out. There's a little bit of damage for Flies in with the charge, and who else but Camper to seal the deal on that round. As we continued on, we followed Fun-Sized Maniacs through the group stages and got to watch them face up against Elite Squad, with Elite Squad coming out looking pretty darn sharp, able to win it out against the Fun-Sized Maniacs. And the last round in the group stage, we got to see the Fun-Sized Maniacs face up against Resonate, and a similar story here, Resonate looking pretty crisp with it, as they were also able to beat out the Fun-Sized Maniacs, and honestly looking pretty darn good doing so.
B2 situation, Gabriel finds one, finds two.
Then of course we entered into the playoff bracket, best of threes activated, starting things out with Resonate versus IKEA, and oh boy howdy, Resonate were looking really darn good. Resonate were able to shut IKEA down 2-0, not even giving them an inch, honestly. 13-3 and then 13-4. It didn't look too good for IKEA, but Resonate were looking absolutely coordinated, absolutely dominant, and really just flexing on the other team. Finally, we made our way into the grand final, seeing Elite Squad go up against Resonate. Both of these teams able to defeat their predecessors 2-0, and this was a much closer match. We started things out on Haven, which was Resonate's map pick, but the Elite Squad was able to just win that one out on them, spinning it around pretty dominantly, winning by over 6 rounds. Then of course we went next up to Ascent, which was Elite Squad's map pick, and yet Resonate paid them one right back. A lot of beautiful plays coming out of this map, but Resonate win that one out 13-6. And this left it all down to map number 3, Fracture. And boy, despite the fact that Resonate did not bring a duelist into their composition, they showed Elite what is good, ending the first half 10-2 and then running away with the map, not even that much difficulty in front of them. So a big congratulations to Resonate as they do win out the Bakersfield LAN, and that just about does it for this recap of the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN.
Day one of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the low side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murray crew, which otherwise known as Xset and Friends, but BBG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expected it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew, or Xset and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. But on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas LAN.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicago LAN for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl Fan Club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's Fan Club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang, they took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals, we watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game, to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicago LAN, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Before I played Valorant and like other games, I was very competitive in chess.
That I am not actually down bad.
I'm also single, and like I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty handsome, man. Like my voice not looking too
So
hot
everybody
right now.
knows.
You know,
He
just
is
making sure
15 as
you guys know
well.
I am single. 15 and single. I'm a hot shot. You know what I'm saying?
I wear Crocs when I play. In my own home, and people think that's weird, but I don't know. I just like my Crocs.
I have to 1v1 anyone in Valorant. 10Z Zombie, I need to prove a point.
Yay, sir.
Yay, that guy don't miss.
Probably Redux that we just played. He was talking a lot of shit. It really pissed me off, but you know, whatever.
Best skin in the game currently, Tree Vandal.
Best skin in the game, Prime Vandal.
The Prime Vandal, it's a classic.
RGX knife.
The most I think about LAN for a fact is just shit talking. I love shit talking. Are you serious? Play the ball! I don't know how much it affects the people that I'm playing, but I love yelling at them. I mean, it's all lighthearted at the end of the day. Like, I'm super cool with everyone that's here. I have like no bad intentions, but I just love yelling and getting in their heads.
Connecting with people and showing off that I still got it.
I love the environment. I love the hype after winning a match, and I like what's online.
Seeing my teammates mainly, and playing against other people that I played in ranked.
Spacey shit. Spacey shit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the grand finale of the Fullerton LAN. We're in Southern California. I'm Jim Basco, joined by none other than Chad Lantis himself. Chad, it's been a beautiful day. It's a beautiful Sunday, and we've had some great competition so far. We're in the grand finals. Give me the lowdown on what's happening.
Luckily, we have an awesome producer in Ferme providing us a break of the perfect timing so we can see exactly what happened. It was Donoobs getting a 2-0 over Gym Boys, which is news to me because I thought Gym Boys actually won 2-0. So interestingly enough, we're going to this matchup of Core being the tournament favorites from the very start. We're looking at everyone on paper like, all right, what has everybody done before? Okay, Core has previously had the best success of all these teams. And here they are at the grand finals. We've seen them do that through not only individual prowess, but also just their ability as a team to run through reads, macro rotations, and working with team cohesion to actually set each other up for retakes or initial takes if they're on offense, things like that. Donoobs, though, as we see the roster right here, also a team that's done pretty good upsets. They took down Evolved, which is another one of the tournament favorites, playing like their dark horse of this tournament, pushing through and getting this matchup against Core, the grand finals.
Yeah, lots riding on the line between these two squads, obviously. And of course, Ascent, Icebox, and what else do we got for the tiebreaker here? Mind. I like this. We got a little bit of a variation. We had Split, Haven, and something else the first time around. So
yeah,
the more maps, the better.
No Split. No Split. It's going to be gone, Jim. Oh.
Yeah, it's it. Maybe. Man, maybe that was the last one.
Why then?
This is really possible because we're about to wrap up the 2 weeks that Pearl was in the testing period, right? So I think we're right around the corner from that. So maybe real talk, but good nonetheless. Ascent and Icebox, long range maps. What they have in common is if you have someone who can dominate in the long range, that would be the most effective. We're talking about Jets, we're talking about Chambers. They can really put on a show on both of these maps, and I think that's just the baseline, right?
Yeah, I think both these maps. I don't know about. I wouldn't reach as far as to say Reyna is like the best meta pick or whatever like that, but these are both maps of Ascent and Icebox that you could get away with running Reyna if you wanted to, if you like really want to run it, which is interesting enough. It's also maps that you can definitely see some fade on. Ascent, we're going to be seeing a Sova. Same for Icebox. Definitely Ascent though, because of how thin those walls are. The only reason you wouldn't see Sova is if a team's so proficient and comfortable with Fade that they don't feel like they need a Sova, but even then it's just so good to have those pings happen so you can track them through the walls and keep shooting through it. But we'll see as we get into the agent select just in a momentarily. Both Cypher and Killjoy are viable on Ascent. Teams typically run Killjoy if they want to go with a hard Sentinel, not stick with just the Chamber. A lot of times players will sometimes go with the Sage because Ascent actually offers a lot of very interesting angles for Sage wall shenanigans. If you want to get on the wall, get some big angles to look down, things like that, through the windows, across the map. You can even do one over towards tiles, drop a wall up there on top of the little kiosk and look all the way across towards Catwalk coming out of tree. One that somebody I know and played some customs with did it so often, and man, it was frustrating, but it works really well, and that's why they did it a lot. See if a team wants to try to decide to bring that out today.
Lots of setups on both Ascent and Icebox. Of course, heading into the first map of Ascent, yeah, a lot of options. People can run Fade, Sova, there's the KJ lineups, lockdowns, and mollies for days. Lots of options. Looking at both squads, too, neither of them looks too confident. You know what I mean? Neither are brimming with swag. There's not a lot of banter going on, and it's kind of tense between the two squads. You got a glimpse into the action from the venue camera provided to us by production. Obviously, this is the LAN at Fullerton in Southern California, so we have the privilege of being able to see both teams in competition, deadlocked across each other, across the tables from each other, really. What I did notice is that the side of Core seemed like they had more people behind them. This is a metric we're using now for analysis, Chad.
They have more fans. We don't really have like the ability to be in the audience to be like, hey, let's get cheer for this team, and then get cheer for this team. All right, that team has more fans. We just have to see it visually of who's stacked behind who. And yeah, we do have Gym Boys in the lobby. So they will be the ones going up against Core today. And Gym Boys is a team that some players like God Sanity really struck out to me when we got to watch them yesterday as being a player who was really good at positional awareness and reads on the map. We talked about how good Core is as a team doing that. God Sanity as a player was above and beyond yesterday, really standing out for that. And then other players such as Toots, who was on a breach and top fragging, was just getting 4Ks left and right. It seemed like Riken also very proficient on the chamber, so a little interesting to see going to the Killjoy. They're opting instead towards a lot more utility and lockdown of these sites. And Killjoy on this map, very good, especially against a team composition that doesn't have a Sova. So Core being that confident in the fade, feeling like they don't really need a Sova to abuse these thin walls.
Yeah, but here we go. We're finally heading into the first couple of rounds of the final best of 3 for the Fullerton LAN. Their share of $3,500 on the line and points towards that qualification for the Philadelphia LAN later in the summer. It's Core on the defense and the Gym Boys on attack in red. Starting things off, the Gym Boys keeping it slow and making their way towards mid, just showing some presence top mid and trying to scope out the presence on cat.
Yeah, mid control is a big deal for this map. We see a lot of players, especially in the past, with the Jets pushing out aggressively through mid and trying to get that big control for themselves forcefully, but around doesn't work out for Core. And push mid, that alarm bot gives things away. The pop flash is good. Getting a couple kills themselves. Make that 3 for the price of 1. That's overall a massive value for D-Noob. For Core against Gym Boys. Man, the names are all over the place right now. It's throwing me off.
All good here. They got the spike down. That's the important thing. And now stuck in a 1v4. The Classic is great at that range, but it's not good enough. Core able to pick up the first round. And yeah, there we go. It's beginning. The trash talk is coming out. And so you love to see it. You know, at the end of the day, it's the first round, and that's one way to start the momentum for your side. Now, the biggest thing is, can you back it up? Because really, the worst look is trash talking and then faltering immediately after. So, you know, with that trash talk comes a sort of pressure on themselves.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of that was just the classic alarm bot in mid. You see it right back there again. It's a pretty standard play for Killjoy, and as it was shot out, yeah, they might not have been as vulnerable, things like that, but very last moment, they just decided to just pop flash and swing that hard. And boys were not quite ready for it and got caught by surprise.
Pushing down mid. Gym Boys working their way down. 4 people down mid. About to catch Snarly off guard, but he's paranoia. Is going to connect. And so the spray with the Spectre also finds 2 as Missouri, close quarters, finds 1. Manish in the lane finds 2. Trying for a 3rd on the Jenny. And he's good for 3. Beautifully done. That's a second quick round. He said, what a strat.
What
good
a strat.
IGL. I love it.
Yeah, there's moments, I love that we have the ambient like audio for the LAN centers so we can hear things like that. If I hear the popping off, I just, because I'm a fan too, dude, I want to listen in on what they're saying. With pop off, trash talking is going on and things like that too. It's always fun to listen in on. And alarm bot still in mid. You don't need to allocate a person physically there because that alarm bot will give you that forward information that's saying, oh yeah, somebody's coming this way. And again, we're seeing D4C going over towards that little bit of a forward rat angle. We saw him doing that last series on Haven a lot down C long, and over towards now it's on B main, doing exactly the same. The turret will give you the first angle. I'll send even a nano swarm to try to have even better hold it, but that 0 point's gonna ruin the plans a little bit. Not capitalized immediately by Gym Boys though. They weren't quite in position to follow up that 0 point.
See what happens. Close quarter fight. D4C. He's going to swing first. He's going to find 1, but Missouri on the close quarter cooperative support. Yeah, that's not what I was going to say, but it came out anyways. He finds the trade. It's a 4-on-4, and there is 50 seconds left on the clock. The Gym Boys are spread across the map, and Core, they're rotating 3 members of their team over towards B, but they're second-guessing themselves. Double-guessing is not the actual term, and have doubled back towards A, as the Gym Boys now are bringing the spike towards A.
Not the correct term, but an accurate term, so it's a good term nonetheless. And we saw Core rotating over towards B because of the forward position for D4C. It was a trade. It still was forward enough. They allowed Core to rotate over, but nice call by Gen Boys to push back to A, realizing, okay, they're probably going to send more people towards B now. It's probably going to be weaker towards A, perhaps the weakest, but it's the decision of going 2 and 2. We'll see if these flashes and utility can be good enough for Core to keep it alive. 10 seconds on the clock. The rotation's coming from Core, but will it be here in time?
Snarly trying to line it up, but not hitting the shots as Missouri with the last couple of
Oh, they didn't get the play in time!
They
didn't get the play in time!
Connect in time. The defense finds a third round in a row. That is tough, my guy.
Oh, they ran deep in the site instead of planting immediately shallow. And the distance he decided to go for a better plant spot cost too much time. It would have been a better post plant. It would have been less risky of a plant, but you have to get it down before that 4-second mark hits.
So,
Chad,
we're in the best parts of the game. You know, like, this is the best part of Valorant. They're in the Gym Boys' heads, especially with the play like that. Off the back of that, there is no way the Gym Boys aren't tilted. And now, really, is the round to see. Can their mental hold up to the barrage that Core is subjecting them to? Or will the Gym Boys falter and crumble as a flash comes out mid? D4C finds a quick pick, looking for 2, want a third, and shoots.
Wow.
Can't find the spray when he needs to. Alvarez on the support. They shut it down. Gym Boys down to just 2 members now.
They force up this round as well. Big buy round for Gen Boys. It's not looking good for them at all. D4C with a quick pick. Agility following up, but not on good timing. Because they were not coordinated on the timing. It gave them some 2v1 situations for Gen Boys and bringing it to a 2v3 overall on the map. And now they have access to B site. But we see these 2 members of Core rotating through. The turret is going to be here. It will spot them out. Gen Boys will be aware of it.
It's tied up. It's 2-on-2. The Gym Boys.
Oh, he smoked it.
Composed. Yeah, it's smoked, so they're not going to be detected here, and they need to be quick to get through the main here and get into a safe spot. It's a 2-on-2 Core. They have the disadvantage when it comes to range. Gym Boys lacking health. Util in the favor of the Gym Boys, waiting for post plant. You see the KO in CT. Core sticking together as a group of 2. Marus, Riken, holding a cross from CT. And this right side of boat rather, finds the one in CT. Snarly shuts it down. Riken from backside needs to be good, but Manish, it doesn't matter. He's got the running Spectre. That's 4 in a row, and that's gotta feel devastating for the enemy team here.
Yeah, smoking off the turret was massive. They had the alarm bot that was set up very wisely by Riken over towards Speedway, which still alerted them to the presence at the very end, but it was so late of an alert that Marus was finding himself in a little bit of an awkward spot, completely separate from Riken, couldn't set up the punish on the angling or anything of that sort, and good awareness by Snarly being able to watch for the defending spawn angle, the gateway, shutting down Marus, who was weakened earlier on from the early engagement. Another buy from Gym Boys, forcing these, not full armor. They have a null command to work with.
Working the way up quick, though. Through mid, D4C holding way passive in CT, and he gets tagged up a little bit, but he also does a little bit of damage to the enemy team. Missouri smokes the cross, loses his dash, a little unfortunate there. But D4C still holding the deep cross here into market. Waiting. Core still holding 2 members on each site. D4C, their sentinel in the middle. Gym Boys, 3 people in pizza. It's a party in the pizza. What? Pizza Palace? Pizza party?
It's a good party.
Good party. Best party, pizza party. Gotta check wood, though. Alvarez tucked in here. Could be a nuisance. He's got all his util, too. Fade. Doesn't spot anything B main. No rotates from Core. They're tucked in. They are ready for the fight. And this KO is going to be the initial line of contact here, Missouri. Eyes locked on lane. He's got no dash to send out. And the patience from the Gym Boys. They're now taking the spike into Cat. Giving up that mid position, sending Missouri even deeper into CT and D4C. Just about as he's about to turn around, Marus and Co. They're able to push out. Manish trades back on the back of Generator. He's trying to push up into Catwalk, but he gets shut down. Snarly returns 3-on-3. Marus finds one. Spike finally going down on the site. And Core now in a 2v3 retake.
Good situation for Gen Boys, 3 versus 2 situation. They are able to get a good post plant set up now. Try and set up some crossfires, but not the best util. The alarm bot will alert of the rotation from Alvarez. I didn't see it out earlier on. Shot out, but now the awareness is there. A-main's going to be one member. And Jilly should be aware of the 7 play as well.
The drop here, God Sanity holding. He's going to find one, and Riken, as quickly as the first was found, finds the second, shuts down the round, and finally, they're able to find one round. The Gym Boys are in action. 1 round to Core's 4. But the half is far from over, Chad.
The audience about evened up between these 2 teams, too. So perfect time that happens, and then Gym Boys wins a round. Funny enough, huh? But a big part of that round was a little bit of a mystery that Core was expecting that Gym Boys would play for a tree play, set the alarm bot in tree instead of mid, and Gym Boys went mid instead. So the game ball actually did not work out for Core. Mid was completely given up, and Gym Boys used that to full fruition. And now trying to run it down with an ult command, and nobody is here from Core. The entire site is going to be given up for essentially for free, but Alvarez is here. Won't be able to punish the plant, but might be on good timing to get an exit kill.
This is 3 ults used from the Gym Boys, and of course they still have that lockdown available, but Core does as well. So waiting for the Astral Wall, obviously, to fall. The attacker KJ ulti is deployed, and right here you see D4C popping the lockdown on the defensive side. No Hunter's Furies available. Missouri, though, from Hell finds one. The attacker ulti activated. Not finding anything as Snarly returns. 4-on-4. God Sanity echoes from top mid. Core still holding onto the defense. They're not able to hit the spike, though. Defuse coming out now. Util coming out for the retake. Manish from the air finds one, but it's not good enough as the Gym Boys. Util is good. Shots are even better. 2-4. They put up another round up on the board.
Yeah. Again, Core's gamble didn't pay off. They just took a big gamble that will focus heavily towards this one side, and Gym Boys picked the right position. That they just 2 rounds in a row picked the opening that Core left open and punished it perfectly. To be honest, I completely didn't realize that Misery was completely tucked away to hell in that moment, sitting there in the lockdown zone in that first kill, stalling out until the lockdown finished. The rest of the Gym Boys can rotate properly. Now we see Manish pushed out the mid. Called out before how Jet players like to do this and try to dash away pretty safely. And some flash supports. Haven't been able to find much success out of this so far. The Prowler can't get around the corner. They don't check their own agility falls, but not before they get a kill first. Brewers trying to get out alive. Manish trying to get the punish, sees the barrel and predicts the angle.
Great stuff.
Gets the punish back as well, though, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3 in favor of Core.
Yeah, they need to go pick up the spike, though. It is lost outside of B main. And so they are making their way up catwalk, but they're going to have to double back here. Clearing it out. Core repositioning themselves, and they are spread out across the map. They've got this on lock, it seems.
We should see plenty of time to work with. 50 seconds. They still have to clear out a lot of things. Toots being alive. Recon bolts available. They will be able to quickly and safely clear out a lot of corners. Oh, that recon bolt stalls so much more time. Gonna make the clock really tight. Wait that out before they can use the recon bolt.
30 seconds left.
2-on-3, making their way through B main. Recon out. Obviously, presence has been detected. Paranoia connects. Shots through the wall. Don't, though, and Toots fires back as a 2-on-2. Alvarez from the back. Tucked in here. He's staying hidden. Time is ticking. If he can find one, he finds a lot of damage, and that is the perfect setup here. Now it's a 1-on-1. Time ticking. 2 seconds left. He's able to get the plant down. Gym Boys. Riken hiding right around the Rosie. 6 bullets in the mag, and that's all he needs. Riken finds the shot. 3 kills on the round, and beautiful. That's a 3rd round on the board.
Beautiful decision making by Riken, realizing turret's gonna let me know if they're here. I'll be able to get the plant in before they can challenge me from Speedway, and then immediately gets around the box just to recompose. Those alarm bot keeps him vulnerable and just holds the angle. And honestly, that round would have been a world of difference if Core had rifles, though. I'll be honest. There was some certain moments where if they had a spring weapon instead of the one-tap weapon of the Sheriff, they probably would be able to get the kill. They couldn't quite track the strafing and movement well enough. So it was Gym Boys winning those rounds the way they did beforehand that allowed them a better position for that one and close it out. It's a very bloody one, though, so their economy is still not in a great place. Ultimate's coming online for Core. Manish trying to get the aggressive angle still. He likes to cake these.
Yeah, generally doesn't miss those, and we had spoken about it before, but X Factor, he's got it when he's feeling it. You know, it's something that comes and goes, and finding the most consistent players that can do it, make it happen, that's what you want on a team. And so Manish definitely has the capability of feeling it in this moment as Missouri working their way up tree. Quick on the pressure here, putting Snarly in an awkward spot as D4C there to support this 1-2 punch. Echoes lightning across the site here, but Core and Gym Boys in the 2-on-2. KO obviously knocked down. He's a little winded for just a moment. Spotted one out, Jenny, and knows there's one at main. How does he take it? Wide agility. Riken fires back 1-on-1. KJ with the lockdown in hand. Riken shutting down the Manish finds a headshot, breaking the 3-round streak.
Honestly, KO going down was in a perfect spot because while you're down like that, you can still look forward. And you can still get comms to your team. So like, hey guys, they're in this spot right now. They just went around the left corner. They just went around the right corner. Things like that. So you can still give call outs for your team. Give them, even though it's a 2 versus 2, the information advantage was in favor of Core. And they worked with that information really well to be able to close it out at the very end. Manish barely got the op shot and then hot swapped to a rifle and challenged quickly, which is a good little micro play in that situation. We stay alarm bot back in the mid. Or realizing, you know what, it's not just shenanigans, back to basics. Keep that alarm bot in the mid. It's been working out for us really well so far.
Woo! Nice shot from Missouri. Right on the edge of that smoke. Almost a collapse for Alvarez as Manish now trades him back in a sticky situation here. 2v2. B main. Gym Boys. Util in hand. Ready to make an exit here, but just knocking Manish off the angle. Snarly on the exit finds one. Toots fires back. 1v1. Manish versus Toots. Hop in hand. Good shot. Good for 3 on the round. And that's 6 on the scoreboard.
Managed multiple times being that X Factor player for the team. Winning that final 1v1 scenario for them. And doing everything he possibly could to stay alive there. Keep pressure. Keep threats presented so Gym Boys couldn't freely walk out on the site, allowed time for Snarly to rotate over, and then keeping himself alive all that time as well to be able to be alive for that final fight. Tough decided Gym Boys if you can't keep that jet down. Calling a tactical timeout now, trying to discuss what they can do about these things. The alarm bot going back to mid. It's making it hard for them to utilize the mid control properly. He found a lot more success that round than the past when they were spotted out, but still couldn't quite capitalize. The challenge by Core is there immediately. The swing, the follow-up swing to trade out from Market, keeping the control there. We haven't quite seen Gym Boys really go for like a tree play yet, so maybe they go for that now.
True. This is true. They definitely had some momentum rolling, and this is a pivotal round. 6-3. Yep. You can make it 6-6. You can tie things up into the half and really make it anybody's game, or it can go terribly, 9-3, and obviously everything in between. All possibilities now. Gym Boys, this is their round to make something happen. They've got the money, and they've got the advantage in that sense over Core, whereas Manish, obviously feeling himself now, 13-3. Operator in hand versus Missouri with Bladestorm. Fast down catwalk, Manish, the better of the two. Ready for more. He's able to get out of a sticky situation. But not before doing a lot of damage down onto Maroos, down to just 3 HP.
That's still doing his job. Entry frag. Being part of the combat early rounds and finishing rounds. Manish has been all over the place for this team. They are playing for that tree play. Because just like I expected, maybe they'll try a tree play because they haven't really done it before. Forward, expecting it as well. They didn't clear it.
Good from Riken and God Sanity combining for 2 there. Gym Boys out into the site. Manish, great with Shorty. Close range. God Sanity down to 30 HP. Tether dropping down to 1. Can't hear anything. He's got 1 point of health. And that was a overly confident ult, but that should give you a glimpse into the minds of Core right now. 7-3. The first half, they're feeling confident and they're feeling good.
Yeah, realizing there's pressure there. Pop the Bladestorm, things like that. Nice swarm as well from Core. Aggressively coming in as 3, all on the same angle at the same timing. Really nothing Godsend could do in that situation. Godsend and Riken, though, those are the players that really stood out to me yesterday overall. Despite Toots having great moments and Bruce having some of his own, Misery coming in a little bit new, but Godsend and Riken just seem to be in great positions very often. Just so far, they haven't been able to be in those good positions with numerical like even stance or advantage. Oh, great 0 point.
Fire's back. That's the kill that you need. That's the guy on fire. Snarly, though, wraps it back, and any momentum that the Gym Boys had has just been grinded to a halt.
Big moment for Snarly, somebody who's been talking about players stepping up early on, having great situational awareness, tracking when people enter in. There's probably going to be a second person following up, watches them instead, tracing the first frag right there. Being patient, knowing the clobbers coming through, sees the barrel, prioritizes the target, that's guaranteed. The beautiful space transfer afterwards. Regrouping the team, 4 vs 3 for this retake. A lot of ultimates online for Gym Boys. That lockdown could be a perfect opportunity right now. There it is.
Smokes out, lockdown deployed, spike planted, Hunter's Fury now. Destroying the lockdown. Still one more in service though as the Astral Wall gets projected. Agility stuck in the detain. Has to hope for his teammates to protect him here as he gets into lane. Godsanity holding backside, Riken close. Snarly good for 3, Alvarez for 4, Agility for the 5th. And there's your 8th round, 8-3, Core lead by 5, man.
Showing a lot of similar dominance as they've shown all throughout this entire tournament. Great reads, great cohesion for retakes, layering and stacking utility properly to swing through and check each other's angles, and even individually, we call out Manish earlier, Snarly as well. Highlighted D4C and Alvarez, Agility plenty on the last series. It's a tough shell to crack right now, Jim, for the Gym Boys. Alarm Butt's back in mid, tried and true. Manish looking for aggressive angle again. Oh, he switched to shorty. What was that?
You know, you never expect Godsanity to be that wide, and Manish just really clearing that angle out of habit, you know, just because he knows he should. Never expecting him to actually be there, and it pays off for the Gym Boys, but it's a little too late as, you know, they may secure this round. They're going to be entering into the next half. 4-8 Gym Boys still though some work yet to be done as Core 2 members remaining on this retake.
Might have been a classic situation where he's expecting to take a shot, switch to shorty just in case, but did it before taking the shot or something like that. Sword D4C. I think you saw that rotation. Not alerted the enemy just yet, but dropping down 2 players in hell. It's going to be so hard to clear this out. It's a Killjoy.
There it is. First half. Done, Chad. Core at 8. Gym Boys finding life in the last possible round in the first half and put up 4.
Yeah, honestly, tough scenarios for Gym Boys there. Overall, the very last round, it seemed like they got a hold on how aggressive Core is on defense for looking for advantages. Started punishing Manish, especially on the second attempt, and a couple early kills when members of Core were getting a little overconfident, too greedy for advantages on the map when they didn't get clean information elsewhere to realize, okay, they're making presence here, maybe we can push out. They just pushed out and got punished for it. So that alarm bot over towards Tree, but something for Gym Boys that Core doesn't have is an Astra. You can drop that star and mark it and kind of watch it themselves, use Gravity Well or Nebula to control that environment themselves. Sova clearing out tiles, so they can push out, but the alarm bot dropped, pushes back Misery.
See what we've got. Agility, the spray through the smoke. You hate to see it, but you love to be on the side of the person that's doing this. D4C tears up the Gym Boys. Or rather, yeah, tears up the Gym Boys. Toots returns for a 4v2, killing on this post planet. Missouri, that was a nice shot. You got to give it a
shot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Clean.
3v2 though. A lot more work to do. Time's running low.
He does.
Toots finally getting here, man.
Yeah, finally breaks the door, creates some presence that way. Missouri down, he's clear. But there's 2 of them inside of hell, and Core pick up pistol round. That's got to put another dent into the mental of the Gym Boys. 9 of 4 here in the second half.
I gotta be honest, took Toots quite a while to get there. Understandably had to clear some angles, but finally getting there, using a recon bolt to clear angles that Missouri basically already cleared for the most part, so not getting a lot of value out of that recon bolt. So having to do a lot of guesswork at the very end anyway. Maybe getting that over towards A main could be good, or try and get a recon bolt over towards clearing hell a little bit better.
Bot coming back.
Still cleared some, but not as efficient as he could have, I'd imagine, that situation. Now low on money, Gym Boys. They don't have long brought this time around, just the turret to work with.
Bring them down.
And again, that round was D4C and the really forward position right angle around Generator that allowed him a nice timing to punish 2 members of Gym Boys who didn't fully clear it out. Found God Sanity trying to.
Wow. Just a pixel showing of Missouri's little waist, and it got shot by Manish. Of course, like we were mentioning, second round, that Marshall, deadly. It's like an operator. Will absolutely wreck you, especially if you're not wearing little baby armor. And of course, now on the B site, Gym Boys, they've got a double stack back in the boat. In back boathouse, to be exact.
There's a lot of utility that can clear this out still, though, for...
Yeah, let's see if they expect it. They're using a lot, and of course they have found that, hey, there's something going on back here, and so they're going to spray through the smoke preemptively. Woo, God Sanity connects for a lot of damage. Can't find one as Toots finds 2.
No way.
With the shorty. Yeah, the shorty is the best weapon in the world.
No way.
I love it. 3 in a row, baby. Let's get 4. Manish holding the angle. Recon. Spot him out. No, it doesn't. On the first one, at least on the second and third scans, it does, and Manish combined for 4. Great round overall, but a dent for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Toots turned that round around from being a horrible round where they completely get swept flawless to, you know what? I got 3 kills, so they're going to have to force them to reinvest in this round or rock with a bad economy and make it even easier for Gym Boys who win out this anti-bonus. That Marshall, man, when they don't buy armor, that's basically a pocket op. It's so easy. Discount op is a better term, I guess. 10-4 though for Core. They made it to double digits. And a lot of this has been a Manish show. The rest of the team's doing great. Easy look at the person top fragging, especially when Manish is so aggressive early rounds, finding success, and also managing to stay alive long enough to be finding success at the end of rounds too. Very impressive.
Impressive indeed. Let's see. Core can keep it up. Attacking. Wow, the Spectre hit him with the left, right, left. Manish, good stuff. Ryken fires back. D4C claps as well. Jim, boys, in a 3-man retake situation here. All of them coming from CT. They've got weapons and it's possible, but scared Chad.
Might have been intentional. I would have thrown it deeper. At 0 point. Lock down the utility from people on site so they can't really defend you very well. Just have 2 or 3. You don't have any more utility to work with, Gym Boys.
Good stop from God Sanity and Missouri to combine to make it just 1 player left on both sides. But yet again, Core come out on top. 11 of 4 here, expanding that lead even more.
Yeah, numerous rounds we've seen that Core has won a 1v1. This game could easily be like a 8-7 type of scenario right now. Nearly tied up if Gym Boys won out those final 1v1s. That time around, though, Starley on a timing swing was so perfect that there's really no reality that God Sandy wins that one out. Force on their own eco now. Might be on a match point after this. Man, especially Manish. Just pops the blade sword and pushes in. Is a Hunter's Fury available to punish this, but who in their right mind would really use a Hunter's Fury to shut down, lock down an eco round? It's exactly what Core is expecting. Oh, I get not cleared.
In the do-si-do inside of the smoke. Manish, though, just better with that Blade Storm. Catching them. 4 on the round. Heated up. Feeling himself. Let's go. He said,
It's a lot of
yo,
trash talk going on.
look at the scoreboard. Look at
That's a classic trash board.
Yeah.
So one word scoreboard is all you really need to say if you're doing well. Easy. It's like, you know, taking a nice ripe fruit off the tree, just low hanging fruit. So I'm gonna take this. Enjoy the flavor. Match point. Fate has got the Nightfall available.
Things you love to see.
Yeah, Jim Boy's trying to go with their own aggressive way of starting off the round, something that Manish has been successfully finding, but Core not letting them have that similar success by challenging it instantly with their own utility, pushing through and challenging a main, but they didn't get to clear out wine properly, so that tuck away. They don't know about how it's going to go down. They want to rotate away, but this alarm bot's going to give a lot away.
Booyah! Agility, great shot on the entry there. Initiating for Manish, this dynamic duo, sending him catapulting onto the site, the spearhead of this push. Core onto the B site. It is clear they're going to get the spike down. And Jim Boys on a 4-man retake here. They've got 4 people in CT. None on the flank, and Toots doing his best with that Hunter's Fury. He connects for some damage. It's not the worst. And it's equalized. Marus in a 4-on-4 now.
Tigers misery, they know where this player's going to be. A little bit of damage there. It's a tough retake, 4 versus 3, and they're running out of utility. Time's running low as well. They don't have angles to work with.
Ow! And now it's a 2v1. God Sanity's Jim Boys. Or Jim Boy's God Sanity, rather. Backside spotted, one out, left side corner. Manish, good from a distance. Core take the first map of the grand finals.
Yeah, and honestly, it's Core being a little step ahead as far as what they're planning for. Is whenever Core was on defense, Manish was able to get a lot of success being really aggressive on those early angles, pushing out, because they weren't actively fought for by Jim Boys. When Jim Boys was trying to do the same thing, Core was actively fighting for them. When Core set the alarm bot in mid, oftentimes they were in position to pop, flash, swing their alarm bot when they were vulnerable, things like that, to attack once they got that distraction alarm bot, things like that. But when Jim Boys had the alarm bot and the attempt by Riken was there to swing on it, they didn't have a pop, flash support, things like that. They just tried just swinging the alarm bot, and there's all these members of Core looking right at him and guns him down. So all those little things, these little differences that Core just did a step better in all those elements for basically that entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about it earlier in that match too. The trash talking started fast, it started hard, and it went heavy. And that game ended 13-4, bro. Like, I don't think those two things are coincidences. You know, we had talked about getting in each other's heads. I think that Core is in their heads. They're living there rent-free right now. It's a great place to go. The gas prices are low. It's wonderful. And so they've moved in, they've set up shop, and if they can continue this momentum into the next one, we might just see a really quick grand finals. But the Jim Boys, they've shown us that they can fight, right? They've gotten here in the first place, so who knows what'll happen. But before we head to a quick break, we will want to shout out Mavix Gaming Chairs, because they're a sponsor of this tournament and they've made this thing possible, and they're the chairs that the pros in the venue are sitting on. So if you want to experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, they're actually the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and Local Host. These Mavix Gaming Chairs, they feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics, and they support gamers everywhere. You can get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. Make sure you use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. That said, we're going to head to a short break, and we'll be right back.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back. For a second, I thought Chad was doing it, but I'm doing it. Welcome back to the Fullerton LAN. It's the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jabasco. That's Chad Lane. It's been a fantastic day so far. And currently, we just saw Core 13-4 in the first map of the grand finals over the enemy team here. And of course, Chad, we are headed now to Icebox, the second map. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is I was going to do it, and I saw you do the finger gun thing. And I was like, oh, this guy's feeling it. He's going to take us in. So sorry, I had a misread on that. Just like
okay.
Jim Boys had a misread on what Core was going to try doing. And Core definitely did not have that same problem. It seemed like the aside from a couple rounds where they tried shifting the alarm bot around different ways, it tried certain extra reads, but you're like, you know what? Let's go back to what's simple, where it works. And from there on out, every read will seem to be on point and just completely dominated that first map. And going to Icebox, if that continues to be the case, then we're going to see a very similar result, because Icebox, for the most part, handles very similarly to Icent, where it's basically 3 routes, 3 lanes for the most part, and control mid. You can have access to options going one way or the other. but you don't need it either if you can push through the main properly, and distances between sites is very similar. So I think if the teams play the same way they just did, we're gonna have a very similar result going into this map.
This is a real possibility. And on top of the mechanical skill, we've been talking about the trash talking and just the mental game that has been going on. And you can see it in the body language of both teams here. Core relaxed, hanging out, having a great time, interacting with each other. You know, daps all around. It's great. It's a free for all. Gym boys on the other side, tense and warmers.
Yeah, and I think a big part of what allows them to stay so relaxed is there's a lot of wealth of experience on the side of Gym boys. I mean, Gym boys, I should say Core, sorry. Gym boys does have some experience on players like Ryken and God Sandy and stuff, and they've been around the block a bit, but just the level of competition that these members of Core have been against, they go against these interactions that Gym boys brings to the table, and Core responds to them so efficiently and quickly that has this like vibe of like, we've seen this before, we're just going to do this answer that we know works against this problem, you know, and they do that so systematically, so quickly, and it allows them to maintain a lot of consistency, and therefore they're not really seeming to be stressed out. They're winning the matches pretty well. Meanwhile, Gym boys, they're sitting there thinking like, what can we do that allows us to evolve? They're currently like, they're in a learning process, right? Feeling some growing pains, and they really need to come out with some unorthodox strategies to really throw off Core's roster and not do the standard play, because the standard play didn't work out for Produce, and it's not working out for Gym boys so far.
It's, yeah, you know, all of the above and more. Like, there's so many layers to what's going on right now, and it's, you know, I think the biggest point to what you're saying is experience really defines the difference here. Experience 1 as a team, experience 2 competing as a team. Practice is the name of the game, but 2, competition day will always feel different. You can practice something a million times. The day it comes to compete, you'll be like, what the hell am I supposed to do? And it happens to everybody. And now imagine doing it in front of all your friends and getting clapped in front of all your friends and then having to run it back on another map. You know, you have an opportunity now. Do we clear our names? Do we bring it back? There's a possibility. The Gym boys fought all the way through the bracket, all the way through the GSL group stages of yesterday to be here today, Chad. And so, that in mind, I have faith yet for the Gym boys, not only because they share my name, but
they're your boys, man. You gotta have faith in them.
You know, I'm sending them my energy right now, and I hope the people in the chat also do the same. You know, just send it to them. Let's hope that they can put on a show for us, take us to a game 3, take it all the way. Or if Core shut them down, they can at least put up a couple good shots, you know, because at the end of the day, you can still lose, but you hit the nicest shot of the day, you know, you can still take something home with you.
Yep. And if you get a nice clip that goes viral on Twitter, even if you lost the tournament, all good, man. You get those followers.
That's it, bro. Like, you won the engagement, you know, like, that's it.
There you go, yeah. Looking at Gym boys roster, no duelist. Something we talked about before the series happened is on Icebox. We've been starting to see a lot more no duelist compositions at all levels of competition as well. It just seems to be working out really well that you want the control and lockdown of like a Sage. Viper's pretty much required. Sova's pretty much required on this map. Chamber feels required, especially with how strong he is right now. Sage gives you so much leeway to work with getting into the wall, especially for the B site. You can help lock down angles and entire lanes of the A side as well. And rolling with a Killjoy as well, we've been seeing a lot more 2 Sentinel, 2 Initiator with the Viper compositions for these no duelists, because you can walk with like a Fade or KO. I love the composition if it was KO instead of a Killjoy, so you can work with some flashes to get yourself through the enemy Viper's wall, things like that. Have a little more combat prowess. Jet can pseudo do that by just dashing and doing cloud bursts and doing some movement shenanigans
like this.
A lot more low mobility composition with no flashes to work with. Gym boys gonna have a little bit of a tough time on offense, but for defense, if players like Misery are clicking some heads, should be just fine.
Beautifully done. That bait was great. Maroos there with the wall for support. Core, they have an opportunity now, right? Their chamber is working their way up onto A site. And although the alarm bot is here, will it spot him out? Yes, it does. And now, keen to the fact that he's there, Jim Boys sending that KJ back. Viking wall goes up, like in close quarters. Good with the frenzy. And that entire A push has been shut down. Now, Core, just 2 members left. Working their way down mid. Pistol round of the second map of the grand finals. Core up in the series by 1 point. Could be the last map of the set, man.
Good kill there by Agility.
30 seconds left.
Keeping the numbers competitive between the two teams. They'll be able to get the plant because of that. Found their way through the defensive line of Gym Boys despite being down players. Very impressive to do so.
Last player standing.
Great shots from God Sanity. Oiler connects onto top nest. Now Snarly in a 1v3. This is kind of tough. Numbers in the favor of Gym Boys, obviously, but Core find one before going down. Gym Boys open it up. Nice.
You failed. Numbers advantage who's strongest. I love that Gym Boys work together as a team as well at the very end. They're not going for those individual engagements and throwing that advantage away. We see some teams do in the earlier stages of coming together and not quite having that experience and composure. Gym Boys with a very important first round win of the second map. Coming off of a loss. This is huge for their confidence. We saw this from Team Produce in the semifinals against Core, though. Core came out a little bit loosey-goosey and got caught on the first round of the second game after having a very strong first, but they're able to compose themselves in the semis. We'll see if they can do it again in the grand finals. This Nerd Shoot Champs Fullerton LAN. $3,500 prize pool as well, Jim. We haven't really mentioned that much today. Talk about the points for this circuit. The prize pool feels really good to win as well. It's Core, they're answering right back immediately with a force up, just like they did in the past.
Viking, one right under him. Is he keen to it? Yes, he is. Agility goes down. Cooler Spectre skin picked up, arguably.
Well, mag too.
Good shots, long range down on the rafters. He's just trying to do some damage, you know. Good stuff from Core. Bring it back. 1-1. And a round they shouldn't have won. They take it, and it's tied up yet again. Core, that is a big momentum swing for them. If they can keep it up now, they're going to have some money, and they're going to have the advantage over the Gym Boys. So, key here, Gym Boys, you're expecting to lose this round. Don't let it get to you mentally. Expect to lose it. Expect to win the next one.
Right here. A rough round for Gym Boys after having a nice start to the half, the half and the game. Losing out just like that, all these Bulldogs, even a Vandal for Agility, wow. We're not at 0 credits, really investing in this anti-eco, trying to carry it on to the further rounds as well. We can make it successful. Nice engagement from Missouri again.
So good.
Started off that first round well and doing the same for the third.
Yeah, pushing up 3 people up mid now. D4C expecting 1 perhaps. Spots 2. Hits him with a couple of shots. And Missouri great on the shots there. 2 for the Headhunter in this round alone. The Gym Boys, their presence up mid, successful as Core. Now left onto B site here in a 3v4. Looking for a spike plant, but it's kind of dicey, right? They don't really have a wall to help them. They don't have much util to work with as Missouri picks up the Sheriff. Close range headshot.
Massive kill for Missouri. Like, Manish was doing what we see him do all the time. He was trying to go and play for those advantages, and it's punished by an amazing flick in response by Missouri, man. This player has been keeping Gym Boys alive in these rounds, pushing that advantage forward. Finds the fourth on par for the ace. Can't quite get it, but Riken was able to finish the fight against an enemy that was weakened enough, and that was a big investment around Gym. That was a massive round for Gym Boys to win. Answers right back with their eco round win. That even the Vandal invested into by Agility there, and they lose that round. Vandal was acquired by Riken at the very end. Huge momentum swing for Gym Boys.
Great stuff, and you can hear them screaming in the venue, man. We're only 3 rounds in, heading into round number 4 of map 2. Tensions high between both these teams. Gym Boys, something to prove. And they've got to clap back, you know, after losing 13-4. Their credibility really in question here. Core, if they dismantle them again, is 2 all they get. We will have to see Gym Boys on a buy round now. Core, they've got something on their side, right? They've got a gun or 2, and that's really it. They're working with something. Not completely broke. but not completely woke either.
Nice run.
Thanks. I'm like Dr. Seuss, I've found out recently.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a compliment. At least for professionalism and big creativity. Evo's creativity, big compliment.
It is, it is. Rhymes, though, do 5-on-5 still. Plant going down. No bodies on the floor. D4C. Deep on the pipes. Marus good for 1. Still on default, though. Snarly from the back. Doesn't realize he's getting lasered as he finds one. Riken claps him back. Gym boys. On a retake now. Wall going up. Manish.
Good wall.
Drops it down. Riken holding the cross. Great stuff. Finds one. Trying to take it close range. Alvarez can't do it in time. It's Core. Lose the round. Defuse comes out. And overall, this is an important one for the Gym boys to have won.
Yeah, fairly healthy for the anti-eco round win. So the economy's not shattered by doing so. 100 Fury round online for both teams. And you saw right there the strength of Sage, man. Especially on anti-eco, like if they only have pistols, they're not going to be breaking that wall anytime soon. And being able to push them off the site like that, Starlight trying to fight to keep it, but the rest of Core falling off, maybe trying to do lineups, things like that. But that's not going to be enough to keep off 4 members of Gym Boys successfully. Great start so far for Gym Boys. To see if they can win this round though, massive, huge momentum for this map. If Core wins this one out, they can get themselves right back in this one quickly.
100%. Buys on both sides. In the first even round we've had in a while. 100 Fury connects for 70.
That's prediction.
And connects
Huge
again.
prediction.
Down on a Missouri. Down at Yellow Box. That's how you want to start things off as God Sanity. Finds some damage as well. Not too much. Finds a kill though, and Riken returns 1-2 punch across the map. Core. Down to just 3 members. They're working their way up onto the A site. AJ Util being popped as the members of Core work their way on. Gym boys have the advantage in rounds 3-1. They want to keep it that way. And it's going to be important for them to win this round. They want to do that.
Ooh, spam through almost good enough. Nobody nearby to use that resurrection on right now either for Alvarez.
Riken. Good stuff. Gym boys really composed in this round. In a 4v2 situation, Agility taking a lot of damage, and Alvarez finds one, leaving Agility in a 1v3. The lineup almost happens, but the Gym boys find round number 4. They're getting loud, they're getting rowdy, and you can see Core kind of swiveling their heads, you know, they're looking around, man, what's going on?
Yeah.
It's getting good, Chad.
You saw how like that topic point about Core is really experienced and they're ready for basic strategies, things like that. A lot of times, Chambers will set up their rendezvous point behind Yellow. So when the 100 Fury is popped, predicted, okay, let's just go shoot at the common rendezvous totem point behind Yellow, see if he's there. Oh, there he is, and got to punish. They missed that one shot, they'll like look for the second one probably. But a little bit of unorthodox timing between God Sandy and Riken for that Boilers play. God Sandy peaks a little bit late. This person long, the person up close. Toots trying to get punishment on God Sandy, but gets caught by Riken on a crossfire that shows up late on low angle. And
what? Missouri was almost certain that his teammates shot that recon, and so was ready to push up. But like it didn't get shot. He was like, what the heck?
Awkward.
A little awkward for sure. But of course, Core taking their efforts towards the B side on this quiet push. This is not a bad idea, right? Generally, the concept here is you walk up and try to just not make any noise until you see somebody, and then you explode all over them as a group of 4 or 5. And so the overwhelming nature of this push is the element of surprise, and that's what they have. You know, only 2 people on site. However, the rest of the Gym boys are coming to help out from Snowman, swinging out wide. The Viper wall denying a lot of visibility, and the Sage wall will guarantee the plant.
Good read by Gym Boys, hearing the rendezvous out from D4C earlier on, instantly realized, okay, if you teleport it out, it's probably because they're going to go to the B site. But they didn't get onto the site well enough to be able to stop Core from being able to get onto the site eventually. The Viper Spit being used. No Hunter's Fury to stop this lockdown. They got to hold this on. Do not let Core destroy it.
Not bad though. It's tied 4-4. Viper Spit has been deployed from Core. Tap on the spike, comes out, detained, hits nobody. Marus good for 3 in the round. Fuse halfway done as D4C coming from under 2. doing a lot of damage. And the wall falls at the perfect time, but God Sanity is better in the clutch. And they're at 5 rounds to Core's 1.
Yeah, you saw how cautious Gym Boys were before getting on the site. Big part of why they didn't get there instantly on that rotation read is because they're like, okay, they have a little time on the clock. They could double back. Also, they work these angles a lot with mid control that we talked about before the game even started. Mid control is a big deal. They kept watching for mid. Somebody going to come through mid. D4C eventually did, but it was so late. The Gym Boys already was making the big play and committing to the site itself. Went out, caught Riken by surprise a bit, but big on God Standing to be able to win out at the very end. We talked about that last map that there's so many of these 1v1 scenarios that Core narrowly won that otherwise this 11-4 game could have been like more of like an 8-7 situation. Gym Boys winning out right there is massive because that was a big difference maker last game.
We're going to map 3, Chad. Things, early indicators indicate, yes, we are 5-1. Gym Boys looking good. We're 6 rounds in. We're halfway through the first half. Half of a half. We're a quarter of the way through the game. You like this, Chad? You like math? You like fractions, buddy?
Quick maths, big maths.
Yeah, quick maths, big maths. And quick moves from Core. Making some presence B and rotating fast. Using the space that the chamber has garnered. D4C looking for a spot onto the screen. Fires through, doesn't connect. And Gym Boys, none the wiser. The alarm bot is being deployed mid. So, of course, just mollies on the A site. And not a body anywhere nearby. Of course, you've got the Sage watching across from Boiler onto Nest. And Core making their way slowly onto the A site. It looks like they'll be able to do so successfully.
I love that Manish pushed up to the kitchen, destroy the trademark, and then fell right off, reset. Realizing, Gym Boys probably going to rotate off this. They've been showing signs of being quick to rotate overall.
30 seconds left.
Fell off and found an opened A site to be able to get this plant down, set up a full 5v5. Post plant, this deep lurk as well from Snarly is probably going to come to fruition if Core can stay alive long enough and stall long enough.
Let's see how it happens. Gym Boys on the retake now, 5v5. Sage has a res. Snarly in a great spot, flank the flankers. Agility finds another. Now the Gym Boys, time is ticking, man, and they're trying to make their way through back of sight. You see the Viper swinging wide. Manish on default, looking for another. Oh, with the updraft, it's disrespectful. Core,
wow,
find another round after a drought of 4 in a row for the Gym Boys.
Look disrespectful for us on the hindsights like that and calm in the moment, but in the moment, Manish doesn't know exactly what's going on, turns around and just sees a Viper and is like, oh god, there's a Viper there, and reacted to dodge and stay alive before taking the time to visually confirm that the Viper wasn't actually looking at him yet. It's part of why he's been so successful at staying alive in these kind of crazy situations, is because he just reacts for survival purposes at the moment of threat and realizing I gotta stay alive long enough for my team to get here. Worked out a lot for Manish so far right there. It still worked out to also get the kill somehow. Gym Boys got caught by surprise, and that chaos allowed Core to maintain control of the site, find those opportunities for themselves.
See what's
Manish really likes
here.
doing that updraft tailwind, jiggle peek the corner play, and does that a lot.
Ooh, good trades. Firing out from both sides. And Alvarez with a quick res here. Of course, the Gym Boys have a res as well. But the body is at yellow. It's deep and it's far away. Gym Boys. In a tough spot here. In a bit of a pickle, Chad. Core in a 5v4. They're playing post-plant. And of course, they're guarding this body with their life because that's the only real opening that they have here.
Here comes another flank play through mid. You remember Gym Boys kind of looking? There's Riken doing exactly that.
So annoying. Of course, if you're agility, you're like calming. You're like, yo, I got the biggest flank of the year. And you get shut down by Riken from the top rope. Core, though, still with the advantage here. Riken trades back, finds 3 on the round. Timmy contributing. And just like that, Gym Boys with the beautiful retake. Erupting. What just happened?
Oh, no.
No.
They got off of the spike. Jim. You see their hands on their heads?
No. Somebody clip that, please. Oh my god.
No.
Oh.
I don't know if we have a replay of it, dude. They got off the spike, though. I could see it on the screens. Like, the moment, it literally looked like they had time, but then gasps started happening.
Yep.
He fell off the spike for just a moment. I don't know if he let go of the button or if they thought they had time to go shopping for a gun. I don't know, but it could have been like, oh, I want you to get the point, right? Like, I want you to get the point for an ult, so we'll hop off and you can have it, and stop right before the half. You know, they didn't get the halfway mark. Oh, dude, coming off of a game loss, and you try a good start, things like that, as it blows to the mental, bro. Especially the other team just looking at you like, what are you doing? Like, oh,
what are you doing? And you can tell they're feeling themselves. The pace has increased dramatically. Shots from D4C open up the round, and you can hear him immediately start screaming at the gym boys, because what in the world is going on, and where in the world is Carmen San Diego, and where in the world is the gym boys' brain at that point, bro? Core 4-5. Not sure what happened there, Chad. I think you may be right. Maybe something happened in the miscommunication. Maybe they didn't have time from the start. I don't know, but the gasps make me think that something happened in between.
Yeah. I mean, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't just like accidentally slip off the button or something like that. It probably was like they thought they were at a half and then go for like a switch off so the other person can get ult, but they didn't quite get the halfway mark checkpoint, right? And they ran out of time because they couldn't get the full defuse anymore. And he saw Snarly just bunny hopping on the corner, knowing they're on anti-eco, knowing they have so many numbers to work with. And once that happens, you have superior, like insane confidence in your movement like that. Oh, that just further adds insult to injury. The Misery, though, has been the one opening up a lot of these rounds for Gym Boys and opening up yet another for them now. Trying to keep them in the good mental game, keep their composure, and keep their lead as well.
Spicy! And Chad, my name is Jim Basco because I like hot sauce. I also like spicy VALORANT LAN matches, especially in Fullerton in Southern California at a local host event. Oh, Snarly!
Yes, sir!
Nasty. Love it. And this is exactly what I signed up for here. Core. Firing back 3 on the round from the Viper. You never expect it, but lurking up. Venomous and deadly. Toots fires back. And here we go, 2v3 in this retake situation. The Gym Boys, they've got the lockdown to work with. They've got the Viper's Pit core. They've got the Hunter's Fury. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's hard to use lockdown here because the Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit. If you drop that down, you're not going to have much time to work with to properly utilize it. Like, basically have to save these ultimates for a future round at this point. Maybe if they get the first kill, though, maybe. But yeah, still too late.
That was dirty. Time is ticking. They have to get on it. One shot from Riken, getting the better of agility, forcing the last member of Core into this weird situation. Maze, he needs to push. He's able to get him off. Alvarez, the 1v1, 30 health left on 2. Time is ticking. Needs to get off, and Alvarez, he's able to save the round for Core. You know, I don't mean to be tearing right now, but this is just great VALORANT, dude. Look at them standing up and yelling at each other. Let's go.
Yeah, amazing play by Alvarez, a player who's been very consistently doing exactly that this entire tournament. Having just... hasn't been always the top fragger, things like that, but is a player who has a clutch mentality, has an X factor involved. Why is there not a pause right now? I'm surprised. Maybe I'm crazy and forgot about Gym Boys during pause earlier, but I don't think they did.
I also think that they're fueled on adrenaline right now. Both of these teams want to just slug at each other. You know what I mean? They're ready to brawl. Riken feeling himself. 16 kills on the round. Manish obviously feeling himself too. Bladestorm draft up trap dash down middle. Not a regard for his life at all.
What? Uh-huh?
No, you know.
No,
Manish,
I mean, Gym Boys make some mistakes, but they're not that bad, man. Like, can't really get away with that.
Exactly. Just tough. You know, Manish, he knows he can do it, but in that moment, looking like a fool for sure. Agility and Toots locked into 1v1 inside a tube. Who will be the dominant person in the kitchen? And Toots comes out on top. Gym Boys looking great on the defense.
Huber is definitely getting core right now. They have a lot of the ultimates online as well. Resurrection still, which has been there for many rounds, but this Gym Boys hasn't found a good opportunity to really utilize it. A little tough when you're getting first contact certain places and you gotta get to the orb later on, and not tough, but right now Core 3 alive, the soul spike in hand, and D4C evening the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury.
Nice Hunter's Fury.
Wow. That's pretty good. Snarly. Yep, spotted out. Toots gonna be getting the better of him, and now D4C in the maze will get shut down as well. Gym Boys fire back. They have the 6th round here. And, man, what a different showing than that first game.
Yeah, it's good to see Gym Boys getting back in the win column as well. Cutting off that momentum. Core with immense hubris, especially from Manish, and punishing that down. Gym Boys also spraying through the toxic screen, realizing, you know what? multiple times, almost every round that Core has gone for a plant, they have at least one person playing in mid, lurking and trying to get an angle on us. So they were ready for that and just spammed through the smoke, the toxic screen. Got the kill onto Snarly, therefore. So keeping their head in the game is Gym Boys, keeping the presence of mind, which is great to see.
You ever read the tale of Odysseus, my friend?
Yeah.
The Odyssey.
Let's play.
Story of hubris.
Mm-hmm.
Core.
Honestly, like, and that could be a big deal. Core is still trailing now. Like, it could have worked out. You're like, wow, look how good they are. They're way ahead of them. But like, we know Gym Boys is not that bad, and the fact that they kept ahead of the game means like they're not going to get caught by a play like that Manish was going for. And that was a bit of a throw. It was kind of intense down mid. Just literally the equivalent of running it down mid. Actually doing so in mid lane.
Here we go, Core going for the plant, walking into the Gym Boys' arms, though. Lockdown being deployed momentarily here, it seems. Looks like they second-guessed that thought, but nope, there it is. The Hunter's Fury immediately activated to destroy it. They've got the counter. Can they actually destroy it? There it is, okay. Viper's Pit now, in turn, deployed as well. This is from the attacking side. And the defense side also deployed one, too. We're stacked, guys.
Double pit.
Oh my god. On the retake now in a 4v1 situation. Snarly finds one. Defuse being tapped. The Viper's Pit is still up. It's possible. Made into a 2v1 situation, though. And it looks like the Gym Boys end the first half in the lead, 7-5, Chad. I would not have been able to tell you that I was going to say that this time around.
Shout out to KC on observing, keeping track of, like, there's a double pit scenario, and she was able to find majority of the very important kills there. It's insane. Yeah, that was very hectic. Very big deal that Starlight was the last one alive to keep the Viper's Pit active, to keep those members of Gym Boys very weak going to the end there, but Starlight couldn't quite connect the shots properly enough and was running out of bullets at the very end there. Couldn't transfer to the final kill. Yeah, Gym Boys, after the start of that half, I was like, oh yeah, sure, they'll be in the lead going to the end of it. But after that momentum shift, man, I was like, oh, this might be doomed for them. But they came back at the end. Very respectable that they were able to do that and keep the competitive mindset, the lead. But we'll have to see what they can do on the offense, as Riken has been popping off this game. And they find a way of stopping Core from getting those early advantages that Manish especially has been doing. Very aggressive out through main, doing it yet again. Riken waiting for Dart. Slow down Gym Boys, and Riken especially watching for this crossfire.
Gym Boys slow on the attack. Core getting antsy. Riken keen to it. Snarly, not snarky, sorry. Manish, hello? Riken, you gotta hit that. No, I feel the pain for him. I can feel him cringing in that moment. And of course now D4C in a great spot back yellow. He hasn't been spotted out. He finds a good couple of shots. He knows they're out on site. Finds a second. This is the opportunity. Finds a third. This is him making it happen. Missouri firing back. Finds 2 in a row. Classic in hand. 100 HP. 1v3.
Wow. I have to imagine that Riken was trying to do the whole trigger discipline thing and wait for another person to come through and get a double kill kind of thing, but Manish was looking towards his direction upwards. Like, that's not a full like 180 looking away for wait for trigger discipline. You take that shot. You don't wait for a second kill. And D4C popping off for sure. Overheated a little bit towards the end, but overall popping off over towards yellow. Round that could have definitely gone the other way if Riken got the first kill and maybe transferred over towards Snarly as well, and it would have been a completely different story. Or though, winning their pistol round. I haven't won many of those this day, but wow, when they do, they really utilize that advantage. Especially Manish with his body shots against no armor people with that Marshall, man. It's like a truck.
It's like a truck. Gym Boys, slight lead. D4C connects and is out of there. Nicely done. Gym Boys dwindling down for Roos. Long range with that classic. Good luck. Calls him out with his name. That's an extra layer. Manish good for 3 in the round. You hear the call out. Marouche, what are you doing? As he's peeking from B lane all the way to Snowman. Or rather, yeah, B lane all the way to Snowman. That's tough. But yeah, getting in the heads once again. Core find 2 quick rounds, and now we're on a bonus and a bye.
I gotta say right now, like, Valorant is a tough game to play properly. Same for like other tactical shooters like CSGO and stuff, where it's a game where you need to be so focused to be able to have that like laser accuracy with lightning reflexes for your gunplay, while also having the presence of mind of just situational awareness, making proper utility use at certain times, proper positioning as well on the map. So having that like macro mindset while also completely focused on the micro, it's so easy to teeter one way or the other too far and not have that perfect balance. And we kind of saw it right there a little bit. And most times the player makes a mistake is because they tiered too far one way or the other.
Yep. Overheating, man. It's a real symptom. Real thing. 7-7. We're in a dead heat. Core lead in the match series. Just by 1 point, and of course they're looking for 2 here. We are in the best of 3 grand finals, playing for their share of $3,500 and for points towards qualification for the LAN later in Philadelphia later in the summer. Manish holding down top belt. Gym Boys. Spike is over towards the A site. 40 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like Core rotating off of A site, or maybe just repositioning for the moment. Finally, some noise spotted. Rykian gets the better of the initial duel with the weapons. At that range, he comes out on top, but not by much, as Toots claps as well. Core down to just 3 members. Manish doing a lot of damage. He hit with that Marshall earlier. He finds the follow-up. That's 2 in a row. D4C in the close range with the Headhunter. Finds one as well. And now it's made into a 1v1. This is suddenly doable. Toots is able to just barely clutch it out, but it was a bonus round for Core. So, at the end of the day, really not that bad.
Yeah, really not. That was a very costly anti-bonus there for Gym Boys. You see them now having to buy up with light armors, poor weaponry. Meanwhile, Core, they have a jet and a chamber with ultimate available. They're fine economically to fully buy up here. And they'll even have a pretty good amount of money going to the next round if they need to. They'll even be able to invest in an op if they win this one out. Be massive. Nice toxic screen cutting off. Allows you to have some aggressive options early. It's also pretty good for retaking. Cut off the back line of sight.
Don't do it again, Manish. Missouri, great pick there. Initial Manish, no knives in hand. Agility in a great spot. Finds 2 back to back, and just like that, Core collapse on the Gym Boys.
Gotta hard clear that corner. It's a deep tuck. Can't just kind of lazily swing around like that. Give them an advantage in the angle. Now we see a timeout. Tie it up for Gym Boys. I like that Core does those little, it's very small things, so it's hard to like really touch on, but now we have a tactical timeout. I actually have time to do it. Like, we're agility hard tucked. We know it was a Sova there, and then he swaps position with Manish immediately after, where Manish was the one who's now deep tucked in the hard corner, and Agility was doing the swing out with a softer angle. So when you see the Sova, their mentality is Sova is the one hard tucked. Look at him, that's going to be the person here. And the tunnel vision on him, not realizing there's now also a jet tucked in the corner to give that free like quick kill afterwards. Like, it's these little like quick bait and switch plays. I got your angle for you. I'm re-swinging for you. Those little things Core has done better than any other team I've seen in this tournament so far. And it's a big part of how they're going into great success is a lot of the macro plays, cohesion, reads, things like that, but also these little things individually, working with one other player on the team, things like that.
Let's see if they can download anything extra in this timeout. A great opportunity to reset. It is the final stretch pretty much. And these teams need to pull it out. Core, 5 rounds separate them from a tournament victory and the share of $3,500 and points towards Philadelphia. Gym Boys, 5 rounds from being eliminated. And Core, they open things out with a great headshot from the headshot box.
That's essentially Gym Boy's big weapon. That's tour de force off the field. Bunch of sheriffs otherwise. Massive kill Alvarez there. Jim Boy's trying to fight from the middle, but here's Agility ready for it. Ooh, a little dangerous. Peeking this.
Shut down. Jesus. So good. And of course the timing
Nice.
there. You like the idea from the Gym Boys. You saw the recon arrow was supposed to land and coordinate with the push, but Core getting antsy and jiggling. It pays off for them. Their information gathering is unparalleled, and they get one more as Riken fires back finally, but is stuck now in a 1v4. Make that a 1v3.
Immediately there is Manish. Like, rapid response time. Instantly it holds the angle for them, covering the plant spot. Not all of it, obviously, but, you know, in case they're trying to push forward, get some more coverage. You saw D4C there, like, seeing the Killjoy hovering the corner and not tunneling on it, realizing, you know what? There's two people, one person's probably white swinging behind. Swung the angle, found that person, and almost transitioned back to Riken in time. Riken was too quick on it. There's things like that that Gym Boys need to do is have somebody immediately answer back. Have a 2v1 on this corner peak, things like that. Wow, this is... Again, the aggression. Meanwhile, Alvarez.
Jesus.
Good for 2 again. The impact from this player has been immaculate this whole tournament.
And when it gets slowed down like this, it seems like Core are even more comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have no problem reading these timings, finding these shots in the toughest and tightest of angles. Alvarez for 3 from the distance finds the head. What a weird little angle, but this guy is able to connect the dots and finds and completes the picture, really.
That was the buy round for Gym Boys too. That's tough. Misery might be forcing this Vandal as a hero rifle, and they might try to use a lot of the ultimates this round to try to force a victory. Yeah, they're forcing the Vandal as well. I'm going to expect to see Hunter Sphere off the bat, maybe even. Oh, it's off the bat from Agility.
Jeez,
he's good for 1.
And D4C swings out, finds 2 immediately afterwards in the middle of all that confusion, and now Core in a 5v2. What do you do, bro? They've got the Viper Spit in the lockdown, but like, what? What are you going to do? And there's 3 people coming from behind of you.
That's both the hero rifles down instantly as well in the round. Just a stinger in the hands of Toots. Just got dinked to the box.
Jesus.
This is so tough. Another flawless round of Core. Oh, man. You see them vibing, confidence, loose still. Looks a little quiet on the side of Gym Boys as well.
I love it, man. I love this venue cam. You can see how much just like passive aggressive shit talking is happening from the side of Core as well. You know what I mean? Like under their breaths, they're like ha ha ha, giving them little glances through the gaps in the screens.
Yeah,
you just love this energy, and of course, this is what's probably propelling Gym Boys to put on such a great performance. You know, taking them after getting just demolished in the first map, and now finally using their util to push through here. Gym Boys have an opening.
If he got away with that one, man, that would have been wild. It looks like Gym Boys has the read that, okay, Core is completely confident. They're going with a hubris play again. They're going super aggressive on the defense, pushing out. That's exactly what Riken's ready for here.
Finds one.
Doesn't have the trigger discipline this time, yeah. Learned his
Yeah.
lesson from last time, and this time he wins that 1v2. Very
Exactly.
importantly.
Right, he's got all the advantage in the world, and so the trigger discipline is a good idea, but in execution, you gotta get the kill, man. And so Riken, good for 2. Gym Boys looking to put a flawless offense round on the board here, and lose one just at the last moment. But firing back, this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah. And Core, when they've been the weakest on defense, is when they give up an early kill. Like, most of the rounds they give up on defense is due to the overaggression on defense. They push out too aggressively and eagerly. You drop a kill. The offensive team, therefore, goes very aggressively, confidently pushing onto a site. They get site, post-plant set up, and they capitalize on that advantage game. But when Core can go either defaulty, stall things out and slow the game down, like you said before, or have the time to be able to safely, calculatedly get the map control. That's when these shine the best. Now the double up setup. They go and just destroy that turret. Clear, make sure nobody's swinging on it instantly by Munish. And okay, we're good. Nobody's swinging it. Destroy that turret. That's the easy scouting gone, reset, and now the information advantage is going back in our favor for Core.
C, D4C.
What a reaction
Great.
speed, man. That was a jiggle
Honestly.
peek and takes it.
Yes, yes. And most people think they're okay to jiggle, but you're always at risk if someone's holding the angle like that. Even if you're doing a jump peek, some people can nail those shots. And that's what separates them from us. And, you know, the players.
Yeah, they
from
tried
us.
jiggling, but at the end of the day, they end up folding.
Right.
Is what it is.
Oh, man. TikTok.
Ha.
That's a TikTok. You did it.
No,
Gnarly. Good for 2. Great on the defense. Core. Not going to let it happen again, though. Firing back, and they want to flawless this time around, Chad.
Not seeing them very cohesively right now, Gym Boys. Despite winning the round earlier, off the round win, maybe Tush just has this hero moment here. We'll have to see. Got the first 2 kills, caught on the ropes. Now they know exactly where he is. The nice wide swing catches off agility.
Wide. So
Time's
wide.
running low right now, Jim.
Let's see. It's a 1v2. 3 seconds left. Top rope. Ay, ay, ay. D4C is good for the shots. I don't know why I turned Spanish there. But Core.
I don't either, but I like it.
Tournament point, Chad. They're here.
Yeah. That round, though, like, you see Gym Boys a little bit faltering. Either they won the round beforehand. That was because they punished the over-aggressiveness from Core. And now Core is like, okay, Hubris doesn't work. We'll go back to standard. What was working out for us. And they did exactly that. And from there, a lot of these members of Gym Boys not layering utility, not using utility to force themselves on sites. Just kind of dry swinging onto an angle, just kind of swinging through, not forcing off the members of Core from their angles, not pressuring them well enough to throw them off their footing. So Core, being able to just stand their ground and find success, they did exactly that.
Whew. Taking a bit of a breather here, recollecting their thoughts, collecting their ambitions, their dreams. They're 1 round away from getting smashed out of this tournament in the grand finals. And only 4 rounds away from potentially reversing it all and taking us to a map 3.
Another point right now, those 4 ultimates for Gym Boys have been online for multiple rounds now. They just have not found an opportunity. They felt comfortable using them. But at this point, man, you gotta let them fly, dude. You're on tournament point right now.
Oh, Chamber, good for 2. Opens things up. Great entry there. Beautifully done as the Gym Boys using their ultis to try and aid their entrance. Core in a 3v5 now. They've got the Tour de Force. Hasn't been popped yet. And maybe Core could be playing a longer game here, trying to milk as many ultimates out of the Gym Boys as possible, because they realize they got a couple of rounds to work with. So if that's the idea, it's working well so far. D4C, though, might just be putting a stop in it. Gym Boys now. They do. Manish, good for 2. A 3rd from agility. The Gym Boys are dropping. They've got to make something happen. And just like that, Core, able to do it. Find round 13. Find the victory in our grand finals. Taking the first map so dominantly, and in the second one, getting pushed to the brink, but finding it within themselves to close it out.
I'm not sure why they didn't use either the Viper's Pit or the lockdown there, gotta be honest.
Yeah. I gotta think that like they felt confident or something about that round.
Yeah, they got, I mean, yeah, you have the player advantage, but the position angles where they couldn't trade for each other very well. It also didn't use these 2 very valuable ultimates for post-plant that can stall out the members of Core and put time in their favor for stalling purposes. You gotta imagine that only happened because they're just mentally thrown in the moment. You know, the pressure got to them perhaps. Maybe the mistakes earlier where they lost control of the defuse, that happening, and then just the styling that Core managed to do a couple times. Starly, Manish could have thrown them off a bit too much there. Didn't use the utility as best as they could have. But either way, they did bring us a very exciting first half at the very least, and definitely it wasn't a complete blowout grand finals. That's all we can really ask for. At the end of the day, though, Core came into this. Yesterday I said they'd be tournament favorite on paper. Wealth of experience, very mechanically gifted players, and they seem to be working well together. And then going all the way through, that was the exact story of the entirety of the semifinals and the grand finals. Those are all out in just that same form.
Yeah, beautifully done. Core, fantastic showing, 13-9 in the second map. But you gotta shout out Riken, bro. This guy finished the second map as the match MVP at 25-14. He was cooking, especially towards the end when he finally started getting the reads on the flank approaches and what they were doing. Right, we saw him pop off finally. Took him a couple of rounds to learn that lesson, but great showing nonetheless. Like you said, Chad. Unfortunate first game for the Gym Boys. Strong showing in the second, and there's a lot of potential in this squad. So love to see them come back and compete. But Core, they're gonna take it all, man. And that share of $3,500 is theirs. The points towards the summer circuit, theirs, and of course, what could be yours with the small purchase. Chad, tell them about Metafy. What's going on, dude?
Oh, let me tell you about Metafy. We're talking about how Core found a success by getting a wealth of experience. Well, you too can get a wealth of experience from the people who have those experience themselves. They can share that with you. You just got to go to Metafy, which is where gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger. After just a few sessions on Metafy, you can get trained by the best pro players in the world by just booking a live session right now. Tournament's over. Go book a session. Go be on that level that Core is playing out there. Or if not, better, try to overcome, right? That's the whole name of the game, this competition. Make sure you use promo code STREET20 for 20% off of your Metafy as well. Big savings.
Big savings. With that said, we are going to head to an interview because we've got an interview with the winners. Let's go ahead and channel him in. We're beaming him up, Chad. That's what's happening.
What we're doing. Some wizard stuff.
Yo, there we go. We got Manish. What's good, man? How are you doing? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think I can hear you guys.
Beautiful.
Right on.
We can hear
Okay,
you.
yeah, sick. I definitely can.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Congratulations, dude. What's it feel like to be a Grand Finals champion?
Oh, nothing. This is life for me. This is every day. I win every day. No matter if I lose, I still come out winning. You know what I'm saying? Always got to bring the positive out of something bad.
For sure.
If you don't win, bro, I'm so excited.
Right? So it's always winning.
I'm so excited. I'm like a little kid right now in a candy store.
Good. No, yeah, man. We had the venue cam and we saw you popping off throughout the match. It was kind of hilarious. We love the trash talk. It all feeds into it. But of course, all good vibes at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
what was it like? Talk to us about your experience. Like, you guys slammed in the first map, got kind of pushed to the edge in the second map. Tell me what happened.
The first half.
Wait, what happened the second map?
Yeah. What happened? Like, what changed? What did they start doing differently that you guys
I let Enzo take the spotlight. I was like, you know what, bro? This round I'm just gonna sit back, relax, do your thing. But honestly, my IGL D4C, you know his name. He's really smart. He was counter-stratting. The reason why they lost this game is because of Reno. Actually, funny enough, Reno was like, Manish, you're not top fragging, blah 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 blah. You're blah blah blah, talking all this stuff, and then I ended up dropping 25. So if Marussa's team wants to be upset or anything, say be upset at her. It's kind of her fault, if I'm being honest. Like Core
blaming the tournament administrator. So we also saw yesterday is like a mouse issue. You had to use a different mouse, so you maybe a little bit uncomfortable. Were you back to your regular one today? Because you definitely looked. Maybe it was the Reno, pumping you up with the trash talking, but you definitely looked a lot more comfortable regardless today. Your shots are a lot more on form, and you were very explosive with early game round frags, while also surviving like crazy all over the place and being there for the in-round duels as well, especially on Ascent. It was really a big day for you, Manish. So what was the big difference between yesterday and today?
Oh, yesterday I was I switched to 3 different mice. My main mouse right now is broken. Like somehow, I think my dog chewed it or something. Real weird situation I got going on over there. But one of the other mouses, like the DPI, wouldn't switch, so I was playing at 800 at 0.523, which is super fast to me. And then today, I ended up having my own mouse, and I was on my own sense and stuff, so I was chilling. I'm glad I got it.
Good, awesome. It looked like it, man. You looked comfortable. You looked confident. Tell me about your team. Tell me about what's next, right? It's a relatively new squad. You guys are doing pretty well, I would say. 13-4 and 13-9. What do you guys got in your sights? What's next? What are you trying to do?
Next for our team. Oh, shout out to my coach Flipsy. That's the boy for sure. He's about to really put us through some work. He said after Fullerton, he's really gonna put us through some like hard training and stuff. Like really get us to like play structure and stuff. Like if you saw it today, we were just kind of like running it down, if I'm being honest. But
yeah, especially
I think
that
now
last round
with
on
this coach
offense.
Oh, wait, sorry, say that again.
Especially that last round on offense for Icebox, you absolutely sent it through middle.
Yeah, no, we were just kind of running it down and just having fun. But yeah, all of us on the team are friends, so it's amazing playing with each other every day. What's next, I think, is just being more structured and trying to beat these better teams.
Cool, man. Chad, any final questions before we hand Manish off into his fans, his audience of fans and adoring lovers? What else you got, Chad?
Yeah, I just gotta say you guys look great overall. You definitely seem to be ahead of it on reads. Your cohesion was a lot more on form than the other teams. So as a team, it looked like you were a lot more confident in each other, trusting each other a lot better, had that synchronization between games, and even during like between rounds, you saw how you all were a lot more comfortable, relaxed, just confident, loose, which is very important, as you said, for team cohesion and stuff. And yeah, overall, individually, even you guys look great. But I want to give the floor to you, though. I don't have a lot more questions because y'all kind of just answered any questions anybody might have had in the lobby itself by just showing how really strong this tournament. Do you have anything you want to say to anybody out there before we sign off?
Shout out to Corey, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my manager. Shout out to Flipsy. Snarly the real one, you know what I'm saying? Dab me up. Snarly, dab me up real quick in the cam. That's my dog. That's my Shalime. Shout out my boy Ekerdox at home. Shout out Reno for the dub. She's the reason why they lost again, in case you're wondering. Yeah, my boy Ekerdox, Shakur, Shakib, you know what I'm saying? And then Core win. That's all I got. That's all I got.
That's how they dap on the West Coast. That's wild. No, I'm kidding. What's your dog's name, by the way?
My dog's name? My dog's name is Anubis.
Beautiful. Great name. Shout out to Anubis, eating the mouse on the first day, blessed on the second. Manish, thanks so much for coming here today, joining us on this interview. Shout outs to you for competing today, and shout outs to your team for winning the whole damn thing. So
thank you
congrats.
for having me here.
Enjoy
Really
the rest of your
appreciate
night,
it.
man. It's been a blast talking to you today, and we'll see you around.
See you guys.
Peace. Okay, Chad. That pretty much does it for us, man. It's been a long 2 days. But with that interview, I'm glad we got to speak to Manish. You know, he's just such an enigmatic individual. We were talking about his confidence. You could just see it kind of oozing out of him as he was playing and making these star-powered plays. So happy we got to do that. A great weekend, Chad. Wouldn't you think?
It definitely was. Core making this day 2 a lot faster than day 1 was. We had, what was it, like, I think it was around 8 or 9 maps on broadcast, right? Like, it was a definitely long day, like you said, very long broadcast. A lot of awesome action-packed games that we got to cover all the way throughout. A lot of pretty much every map. I think we actually covered every map, maybe not Breeze. But at the end of the day, it was Core coming into semifinals and finals with a really dominant 2-0 in both of the series. Definitely stamped any questions about if they're not the favorites or not. They definitely showed up and took the victory.
Yeah, great stuff. Gym boys, you make me proud. But maybe a better showing next time around. Great stuff all around. Thank you to everyone who competed in the tournament over the past couple of days. Everyone on production, everyone TOing and TAing, everything in between, and of course, everyone watching at home and supporting your friends and your family. The show would not be possible without you. So with that said, that's it from us, and we will see you on the very next one. I don't know if we'll be there, but somebody will be there to guide your adventure. So till then, adios. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.